I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Conspiracy Monday. Good evening. I've got my wild conspiracy tie on tonight. Nice to see you're all in processing the lies and deceit our government is engaged in. As viewers, we get to look at this and go, wow, this is fantastic. Our country doesn't listen to our wishes. We've got people that can't even subpoena Donald Trump for 10 years of his tax returns, like Robert Mueller. That's what shocked me, that Mueller hadn't subpoenaed Donald Trump for his tax returns. I knew about a year ago that Mueller was working for Trump and the people that put Trump in office, the Russian oligarch Zionists. You see, this Zionist thing is the real thing behind Trump. It's his connection to Chabad Leibovich that got him all that money. That's right. Donald Trump was in need of a lot of cash over the past 20, 30 years, and he got it. About 20 years ago, he met people at Chabad Leibovich that Jared and Ivanka go to that had connections to Russian oligarchs. That's the connection. And I've got a whole series of tweets that I've been doing over the weekend. If you haven't followed us at Third Party, please do. It turns out, here's one of my tweets. We've got a bunch of Nazis nesting in our government. And I call them Ashkenazis because that's where the name originally came from, but you wouldn't find that in the history books. They've scratched that from the history books. It appears they're still moving more and more Nazis into high places. I've got this one right here. This is the Volkswagen CEO who apologized after appearing to reference a Nazi slogan, Arbeit macht frei. He used it to help bolster his company. But here's an even bigger wake-up call. The owners of Krispy Kreme donuts admit to having a family history of Nazi ties. They even set up a fund just to find out how many Nazis they are related to. So you've got to understand, the Nazis have invested themselves heavily in our country ever since World War II, and now we're the chickens are coming home to roost. So we have a second World War II scenario evolving here. Thank you for the link. We have a second New World Order situation. Actually, Hitler had the final solution. Well, now we hear about the New World Order. Well, it turns out the New World Order is simply the old monarchies, mostly the Rothschild-centered groups that work with the very richest people in the world that want to rebrand themselves as a New World Order. It's another attempt to take over the world. And you know something? We Americans are in a very unique place to stop them in their tracks. And this party is cushioned perfectly in position to create a centrist solution for America that unites the country. They divide the country. These Ashkenazis have been working, AIPAC has been working on both sides of the political spectrum to finance your leaders. Obama was an AIPAC receiver. Hillary got money from AIPAC. Donald got a lot of money from AIPAC. Turns out the American-Israeli Political Affairs Committee, it's not even a political action committee, it's a political affairs committee, has been funding so many of our candidates on both sides and then create this constant aggression back and forth between the left and the right. If you're wondering why you hate Republicans, or you're wondering why you hate Democrats, it's because you've been brainwashed into hating those people. We're not even allowed to talk about things issue by issue. Now let's talk about the news. It's obviously Mueller blew it by not declaring obstruction, and then Barr blew it by not telling us that he was not declaring obstruction charges 3 weeks ago. Now I'm on record talking about William Barr on my Twitter account as having written a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking him to drop all investigations and obstruction charges, including an investigation into Michael Flynn. Now, the guy who's our acting attorney general, who's been nominated and approved, is actually the person working for the Russians. He wrote a 19-page letter trying to defend Michael Flynn, who we find out later was a Russian agent and a Turkish agent who had access to our top secrets for 24 days. All right. Don't post that link here. I appreciate it, but it's not something I want to improve a discussion of. It's not. I don't want to talk about people that are faking their death and trying to cover up the doxing and felonies that they've committed against us. I'm not here to talk about that. But that's an admission of what this guy who's been doxing us and faking his death has apparently, come out now. He's not dead. I'm not going to even give you his name because it's irrelevant. Trump is now grabbing a hold of this recent finding by Mueller and weaponizing it. Yeah, he's trying to turn it against anybody investigating the president. He's trying to now gain ground of attacking anybody who questions him. And now he's committing yet another layer of obstruction of justice. Now, technically, Donald Trump committed obstruction of justice by simply firing James Comey and telling Lester Holt that he wanted to end the Russian thing. That is obstruction of justice by definition. There's no equivocating. You can't stop an investigation into you by firing the person who is investigating you. You just can't. Now, you argue that, Donald Trump could fire anybody he wants, but he's going to be charged with obstruction. You can't get away with firing the guy investigating you and not get charged with obstruction, but here he is trying to get away with it, and Mueller's backing him. I was the one that said this was going nowhere from the beginning, too. I was the one that outed Mueller over a year ago. I said the chances of Mueller actually doing anything without even getting a tax return, 10 years of tax returns from Donald Trump, is very low. Mueller ignored he ignored the dossier. I just can't believe anyone would ignore the dossier. When the dossier was given to Christopher Stevens for a fee, I'm sure, and I don't care who ordered it, if it was John McCain or Hillary Clinton, it doesn't even matter, but this is the guy that allegedly died giving it to Christopher Steele. The mystery death of the ex-KGB chief linked to the MI6 spy dossier on Donald Trump. This is the Russian that took it all on and handed the dossier over to Christopher Steele. Thanks. Yeah, we know that. You don't need to tell me. Thank you. But you can imagine his death has been unrecorded, not even looked at by Robert Mueller. And this is a significant factor that he ignored. Robert Mueller also ignored. No, it wasn't. Look, the dossier is legitimate. It has absolutely 95% accuracy on every single tone. No, I'm saying that our corrupt government has completely been compromised now. The Democrats, Republicans are working together in tandem to prop up the Zionist elitist government that we have today. And I have every right to express my concerns about this. Now, when we look at what Mueller just did, remember there was going to be a court case with Manafort? And it was going to be a court case on money laundering? We never got that court case. Remember when he did a plea agreement and Manafort apparently violated his plea agreement? That whole court case went bye-bye. And that would have revealed the direct connections between Donald Trump and the Russian oligarchs and the money funneled. I'm concerned that Mueller doesn't have any evidence of money going back into Donald Trump's hands. This is clearly another layer of collusion by Mueller now. It's going deep, folks, and our country is in dire straits with these people trying to hijack it and create a new world order with our power and our help. Our country is virtually being used as the 9/11 assistant around the world for the 9/11 controllers, the people that virtually probably were behind 9/11 for all we know. The people that perpetrated the 9/11 attack are still walking the earth. We never found them. Doesn't that raise a little bit of concern? 2,996 people dead. We still don't have one person in jail. And we're supposed to think that the 9/11 Commission report was wrapped up. Well, it turns out Mueller signed off on that when he's director of the FBI. So Mueller is already proven to be a shill with the 9/11 Commission write-off. We're looking at a series of shills covering their ass to corrupt and maintain control over our power and our government. That's what's happening. Now, our show is attacked every night, censored, almost unparalleled amount of censorship. And these people who are getting paid heavily to attack our show and to stifle chatters from coming in here are trying to prevent me from getting any donations. And they've done a pretty good job. I mean, we used to get donations like on a sliding scale going up when we were on Blog TV, and then Blog TV got bought out for $5 million by some Russian or some federal agent, who I think is a federal agent. And then we were stuck on Vaughn, and we flatlined. We've had hardly any donations since then, about 9 years now, or 7 years of this. All right, let's talk about the next big story on the docket. Michael Avenatti has been arrested for trying to extort Nike for up to $25 million. Yeah. $25 million. Pretty intense. Do we really need to talk about this scurrilous porn attorney? Mark is in the pocket of the billionaire owner of Twitch. Justin? Okay. Good to know. Yeah, Twitch kicked me off really fast for no reason. I have a case against Twitch. Democrats have a reason to be very upset right now because this is not over yet. The Democrats still have it in their power to pursue impeachment. Michael Avenatti apparently is accused of this. This guy who was crowdfunding his case with Stormy Daniels, which failed in court. He got $470,000 in crowdfunding money while claiming he was running for president, which is illegal in and of itself. Now he's charged with a $25 million extortion claim against Nike. So this is a very, very weird person who Stormy Daniels never should have had him represent her because she never even went after the real charges of assault that happened to her with her SUV when she was standing there with her little baby, and some guy walked up and said, "You better drop the case against Trump." "Oh, what a pretty little daughter. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen to her mother, would he?" That's assault. That was a case. He could have won that. But he chose defamation, and she lost the suit. She has to pay out of pocket for Donald Trump's court fees. This guy is bad news. And now he's in jail. End of story. We've got another little break in the Jeffrey Epstein case. Another disturbing little side note. They get this. They gave the Jeffrey Epstein review case to a 96-year-old judge who just died. Jeffrey Epstein's getting every break in the world. Not only did our current labor secretary Acosta, give him a pass and give him only a year of like minor prison time with privileges, and I think he got day outs and stuff. Jeffrey Epstein was charged with 60 counts of child prostitution, and he only got less than a year in the state of Florida. And Acosta, our labor secretary, gave him all this pass. Well, this elderly federal judge presiding over the key lawsuit related to financier pedophile Jeffrey Epstein died Sunday, which is adding another twist to the drawn-out legal saga. Yeah, kind of like Justice Scalia and his mysterious death. Nobody bought that at all. Nobody bought that at all. Yeah, I didn't buy it. Yeah, they give it to a 96-year-old judge. And he did prove, actually, that there was some indiscretions done by Acosta. He did prove that. Okay. No, people like CNN, MSNBC. Ben, you have a skewed view. You're an alt-right guy who supports Trump no matter what. You're kind of the problem we're facing with Trump and the oligarchs. As long as you people still believe that Trump is helping you, our country is going to be under their grip and their control. And it's not going to help you at all. They're making money left and right. The Trump administration is making tons of money on the side. The emoluments clause is already being looked at as a possible felony as well. And the federal court case is taking a backseat to the New York case, which is going to be moving forward. Trump has to run for 2020, or he faces some major felony charges in New York as well, and federal charges of the same nature that Michael Cohen got for paying hush money to Stormy Daniels to shut her up. Border wall materials being stolen. Look at this. The concertina wire is getting taken down. A lot of people in Tijuana are stealing the concertina wire to upgrade their home security system. Okay, thanks for sharing. We kind of figured that would happen with that lame concertina wire he was putting up. I have a container fence idea, which I've had for the past couple of years, but we've had a 1,000-mile fence idea and a lethal and an invisible fence idea. We've had a bunch of ideas for fences. I think the best one so far is the fence idea that will create container fence. The container fence idea. I think this is the best idea of all. In order to create a container fence, we need containers. And then we got a lot of containers at our border right now that could easily be used to stack and pack and create solutions. We ultimately could build this for under $1 billion, which is really a low estimate, but probably doable. The cost of the containers themselves to create a double layer is $528 million to create enough two-level containers to go 1,000 miles. We're not going to add landmines, sorry. Landmines are too dangerous. I support the anti-landmine initiatives that Princess Di, she was in favor of, or rather against landmines. I kind of agree with her. Landmines are not good long-term. But a lethal electric fence we've talked about, an invisible electric fence. I've even talked about adapting the active denial system, which is currently being used by our Army Corps of Engineers at a tentative level for crowd control. I don't want it to be used for crowd control. I think we could position it, and many others, at the border for a microwave solution that would keep people from getting close to the border. And then we'd have the container fence as a backup. 5,000 in welding rods, right, exactly. These units can actually connect together at the base. If you want to compare the possibilities, these units can actually be connected. There's rods that go through the sides of these things at every level, and they can be locked in place and then welded shut. We can make it permanent. All right. Well, anything that will stop the illegal alien flow from coming into the country is a wise move, I think. So anything beyond that is kind of, we're wasting our time. Many of you are concerned about the growing presence of Ocasio-Cortez and why she's getting all this free advertising and I get none in the mainstream media. That's a telltale sign of the corruption that we're seeing right now. She's actually a woman who is a common waitress, bartender, who her brother put her into a competition to see who would win this competition. She won it for her personality. They'd already picked her. And I'm talking about this Justice Democrats, they call themselves. These are the people connected to the Young Turks and to the team of internet experts that got Bernie Sanders funds together. You guys, there's a lot of collusion here. You keep thinking there's no collusion. There's more than enough collusion. Now the collusion is stretching to Robert Mueller and William Barr. The collusion has gone so far as to is completely contaminated the Attorney General position and the Special Prosecutor position. The collusion is so deep in our government that they're giving him a pass. When anyone who tries to fire a guy investigating the president, if the president decides to fire the guy investigating him, that's automatically collusion and automatically obstruction. Thank you. Now, since Trump bought his way to the election with the control and money that the Russian oligarchs gave him, and I didn't get any donations over the past, except for a small amount over the past 6 or 7 years, is an indication of the Russian influence here. We believe that Mark Vaughn has been receiving funds from Russians, lots of money, to stop us from bringing our show to you every day. We believe that they've got this idea that they're going to corral me and stick me in this one little place, and this is as far as I go. Not going to happen. I can imitate that face, yes. But I can't imitate this face. That's a little too weird. Yes, Capital Gain and Mark are working together to keep me out of the online presence or control of the chatters that come in here. We know that. Capital Gain banned me from Twitch, claiming that I was a homophobe, when all I did was respond to somebody baiting me by claiming that I'm gay, and I said I'm not gay, and I consider that sexual harassment. They immediately used that as homophobia, and they claimed that I'm homophobe, and they banned me from their network. I had over 7,500 views up to that point. Yeah, they just banned me flat out early on when the in real life show started. I was one of the first. All right, thank you. You made your statement. Your collusion issue is not going away, Donald. The Democrats are still on you, like flies on crap. Yeah, it's not any. Cindy Yang looks a little dirty there. That's a possible. Remember when you sold $30 million house to Cindy Yang and she turned around and told everybody she's got access to the president? That's illegal, Donald. Taking $9.5 million from Betsy DeVos to make her the Secretary of Education? That's called taking bribes, Donald. You can't do that. And trying to convert this whole story, Mueller who's obviously rigged in your favor, is also obstruction. It's not going away, man. Just because you have Mueller in your court, all the other Zionist people like William Barr in your court, doesn't mean this is going away anytime soon. I streamed on Twitch for a year. I was one of the first in real life streamers. Yeah, 1 year I gave that 7,500 views and they completely banned me over some allegation of terms of service violation, which is completely illegal. Even if a person were a homophobe, you can't violate their freedom of speech. So I'm going to go after that guy later as president if he thinks he's going to get away with that. Not going to happen. And now Ocasio is doing a cooking show. Beto O'Rourke is doing a cooking show. They stole my idea of a cooking show, which we've got now close to 75 different low-cost cooking shows you can start saving money on. So go to my YouTube channel, youtube.com/David John Sponheim, to see my cooking shows. We put out a new one every week on average. Check it out. It doesn't surprise me they're doing everything they can to copy me. Believe me, I've been leading for the past 8 to 9 years, 10 years I've been doing this. And we've been giving you solutions after solutions that are being stolen by people that don't even know how to implement these ideas. Now, legalized weed is something that's very popular and something I've been behind since I started. We started talking about it in 2010, but I've always wanted legalization of weed across the board, and I'm promoting a complete recreational legalization of weed across the nation. My first order of business will be legalizing pot. We're also spearheading renewable energy solutions that can solve the world's problems as well as America's financial crisis by creating solutions that really will work. durable windmills, like these vertical windmills that can go on top of electric poles. This is my idea. I came up with this in 2009. I've talked about decriminalizing prostitution, absolutely. We're going to definitely decriminalize prostitution. That's on the agenda. And the thing that the Democrats, Republicans won't talk about, which we're really, really proud of, is the fact that we want to bring our troops home. And this idea actually would have had the border fence built by now. Had you chosen me in 2008 instead of Obama, we would have had the border fence built by now. Had you chosen me in 2012, we would have had the border fence built by now. We would have gotten out of foreign wars completely. Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria, we would have downsized our presence and automated our technology there and support for the governments that remain. But bringing our troops home is all part of ending the Federal Reserve, because all wars are bankers' wars. And these bankers at the Federal Reserve are behind the production of war across the globe. They're using our government and our military might as the police force and 9/11 police force around the world. And we're going to be able to interrupt that when we finally retire the charter of the Federal Reserve. Now, I'm going to expect to get support from Tea Party people on this note. People like Rand Paul, no doubt, will look at this as a possibility. His father, Ron Paul, wrote the book End the Fed. I have a theme song. Yep, and here it is. If you haven't heard it, it is my theme song. It's something I created myself called Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt. Oh, Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away.
All right, we are here, ready to go. Now, I was a Democrat for 30 years, and I can tell you that when we started America's Third Party in 2008, I was already moving to the center. I was already moving to the right, and I can tell you, 10 years ago, this effort was kicked off with a full press release to 200 different press outlets. I did 500 hours of broadcasting in 50 days. That's right, 10 hours a day for 50 straight days before Barack Obama became president. We didn't get one single response from the journalists that I mailed to.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV.
That was me 10 years ago. I was doing this against all odds, but at this point of frustration, I was pissed off that I didn't get any coverage whatsoever, not even an email back from 200 different journalistic outlets. But I did find out one thing. I got a call from my friend, or ex-friend, I should say, who was my roommate at the dorms at UCLA. And he said, "Dave, I heard you're running for president." And he's a journalist. So I know that my emails were out there. I know that I got message out, the press releases landed. I know that, but I was ignored. And that's when I decided to make the blackface video. And I can assure you, I had to do something, and I'm glad I did, because it branched out into a worldwide viewership that has sustained itself for the past 10 years. It's amazing how many people now talk about the blackface candidate who's being suppressed in America, the third party guy that can't form a third party because he's being suppressed, censored by a bunch of people with lots of money, and how I've done this for nothing for the past 10 years with no personal gain whatsoever. This is growing in virality through your word of mouth, not through the censorship that is controlled by the Illuminati. The Illuminati, the people that we didn't even know about when we started this. Who were the Illuminati? Who was this group? Who was the New World Order? I can't show the blackface video on Vaughn. He won't let me. He told me it was a terms of service violation. So I'm not going to violate any of his terms of service while he censored people coming in here. Right. It's a Zionist New World Order is what it is, and they want to control the destiny of mankind. They don't want the nation state model to exist. They don't want your countries to exist. They want a global new world order. They want to erase the powers of our nations. They'd rather we didn't have any boundaries. They would rather all of us lived like we were in a third world nation. They want us to go bye-bye. There's a plan by these people to get rid of the population. It's called Agenda 2030. And their goal is to shrink the population through various means, poisoning us slowly in our food supply and our water supply. I know, my freedom of speech is being violated by these terms. I agree. But I can't go to bat against Mark Vaughn. He has too much money. He's made so much money censoring me that if I were to go to bat against him, I'd have to have the ACLU standing next to me in court, which I'm prepared to do. But I don't want to. I'd rather you start getting behind this third party and realize it's your one shot to save this nation against being pulled into a vortex of evil. No doubt is Trump money. Trump is getting money from the Russians. So yeah, Russian money, Trump money, no difference. The blackface videos are available at my website. At the bottom of the website, you can go there and see them still. And they are protected by free speech on YouTube. But the original blackface video was copied by a guy and sold to discotheques around the world. I never got a penny from that. But they sold it in Blu-ray. The Blu-ray disc sold all around the world and plays in the background at discotheques. People know about me in Asia and in India and in Africa and in Germany and all over the world. They know about me through that blackface video. Because I was in a very difficult situation. It was a conundrum. How is a white American who's building a third party going to get noticed? How is a white... T. Rucker is alive. He's getting promoted by Mark. Mark already said the guy died, and he even cried and said he was so sad, and now he's back. Wake up, people. The guy faked his death. Wake up. I've been telling all of you people that these people who've been saying bad things about me all these years are just a bunch of scumbags who don't even deserve your viewing time. We have been dealing with these people who are willing to sell their soul to God knows what, money, evil, in order to stop a genuine populist movement from building. Yeah, you can go see him, but I kind of wish he'd stay here. He's broadcasting live right now. Anybody who'd faked their death a third time and continued, even Mark vouched for him, continued to say that, he was dead, and it's like total BS. I don't have a pick for the NCAAs. As you know, I'm a UCLA fan, but they're not, they're not the team they used to be under John Wooden. John Brennan is a total shill. He's going to stand up for Trump now. Yeah, John Brennan is not to be trusted. Let's not forget John Brennan was under investigation by Michael Hastings in 2010 when Michael Hastings was killed. John Brennan is not to be trusted. Michael Hastings was killed in a car accident where he said his Mercedes was hijacked, and he ended up crashing it at 4:30 in the morning in the middle of Melrose and Normandy. Poor guy died right on the spot. He was our #1 top investigative journalist. He was doing a story on John Brennan when he got killed. Don't trust anything John Brennan says. So Mark has already admitted that You can't post that here. Don't ever post his picture here, ever. Yeah, we're dealing with scumbags, people. What is it? What about that do you not understand? It's taken you this long to realize that we're dealing with scumbags attacking us. We have proof the guy's alive, yeah. But then you have another situation, which is equally disturbing. Mike Pence, our vice president, has not reported any of his emails. 2 years later, he still hasn't presented any emails of when he was governor of Indiana. That's a Class C felony. Mike Pence is committing a Class C felony. It's required, public disclosure laws require him to present those. He's not presented them. We're dealing with total problems of disclosure from the Trump administration. And now Mueller and William Barr are clearly working on his behalf. William Barr is on record trying to minimize this whole thing, claiming that it totally vindicates Trump when it doesn't. Furthermore, William Barr is on record writing a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking him to drop the investigation into obstruction and into Michael Flynn before we found out that Michael Flynn was working for Russia. Our top national security advisor for 24 days had his finger on all of our top secrets, was working for Russia, and William Barr, our current attorney general, was trying to stop an investigation into him. So William Barr was basically obstructing justice back before he was attorney general. And then now Donald Trump is furthering his obstruction of justice by claiming this is a precedent, that somehow we have to stop any investigations into presidents. You don't fire the guy investigating you and not get called with obstruction charges unless the collusion is already running all the way into the Mueller camp and all the way into the William Barr camp. The collusion is already running straight through our two-party system, and they are showing their true colors right now. There's more than enough evidence that I posted on Twitter at Third Party, if you want to go to our Twitter account. There's more than enough evidence in the past week that I've posted in link form, which I'll get to later tonight, which confirm that Donald Trump is colluding with the Russians. One in particular, check a look at this one. I dug it up from the archives. Okay, explain this, and I'll leave you with this note. Oh, I can't get that on this. Hang on. I'll open it up when I get back, because it doesn't open up over in that browser. I think I need to open it up over here. Hang on. Oh, I found lots of things Mueller didn't find. Mueller never even subpoenaed Donald Trump for his tax returns, which shows Mueller's on the take. He could have easily subpoenaed Donald Trump for his tax returns. He never did it. Let me just get this. It turns out Washington Post is trying to make money on every single news item. I'll have it in just a second. Okay, it should be enough to open up there. There we go. Okay, thank you. Check this out. Now, I made a note of this when it came on screen. Russian ambassador told Moscow that Kushner wanted secret communication channels with the Kremlin. Look at that. Russian ambassador told Moscow that Kushner wanted secret communications channel with the Kremlin. This is while Kushner was working with Donald Trump in his campaign. This is enough right there to continue the argument of collusion, right there. If you can't see it, don't pay $1 to see it. Open it up on Opera. It's total collusion. It's deep. Not only do I believe that, it's true. No, the NSA listened in on a conversation. Read the story. Stop passing judgment on me because you simply mindlessly support Donald Trump. Read the story. Unbelievable. My God. You people are so out of it, it's unbelievable. So there's collusion so deep it includes Mueller, and it includes, thank you, it includes a tremendous nexus of people that are all backing up the Russian Zionist collusion that's been going on. I'm not making this up at all. I've got more than enough evidence on Twitter right now. No, I'd be glad to calm down, but if you continue to stand there and mindlessly support Trump, I will ban you from this room. Thank you. All right, see you in a bit.
Okay, thank you, David.
Yeah.
I was just gonna check something. Misanthropy, you suggested I have a. Oh goodness, I don't wanna. I don't wanna log in. Can I go onto Twitter without logging in? Anyway, you suggested a topic for our next Twitter chat. That's what I was going to ask about. And I said we can do that next week, and then anyway. You did that on Saturday, so I'm just making my list. You forgot to. Alright, if you think of it, you can let me know. I know I've done homelessness so far, gun safety. I did something else as well. But it was the topic. You're like, why don't you do this as a topic? I was like, that's a pretty good topic. Remind me. And then I forgot. I don't know if replay will actually, if clicking replay would do that. Hello, Scissor Fight. Here's a hug for you. Hug for all of you awesome people that are watching me. Oh, is it Taco Tuesday tomorrow? For some of you it is. I do hope you get to enjoy that. I'm trying to, that's so weird. David usually has, that. Thanks, David. Alright, I'm gonna move this over here. Oh my goodness, David. I'm getting rid of this. Seriously, I'm just getting rid of that. My goodness, we have so many things open. Your plane is messed up? I'm sorry to hear that, Dr. Mail. Thank you, whoever gave me a heart over there at Periscope. You're conservative. On Twitter, you didn't know you could chat without an account you've been watching for a while on your TV. Oh, on your TV? On Vaughn Live? How to have... David says that's possible to watch on your TV. Is it through UHF is what David says, but I don't know. How do you watch this on TV? Saints, you're glad I'm here. We can all chill. Maxed out credit. You were kicked from iVlog for some reason. I don't know why you were kicked. I wasn't here at the time. I apologize for you getting kicked. Okay, your next flight is in 9 hours to Russia. Okay, that could have happened, Saints. You run an HDMI cable to your TV. That makes sense, Scissor Fight. That would make sense. 938 says, guess 938 says, tell you what I think. In every country in the world, there's a select elite that like to play games, be it war or civil unrest or economic crisis. They're all playing. No one country is taking the lead. Is that a good thing, Ryan? I'll take it as a good thing. Fans are always a good thing, I guess. Rion? Sure. Rion loves wants to be unbanned. Oh, that's Leon, right? Anyway. Rian. Is that it? It seems a worldwide issue caused by simulation because of the possible Brexit. That's all you know. Okay. You're watching replay at 2 times the speed. That's why I sound normal to you, because normally I talk pretty slow. But if you could speed me up somehow, twice the speed, then pretty good. Here's something just for me. Thank you so much, Dr. Meow. That's pretty cool. I'll have to show the room. I like it. Let's play it. Hopefully I won't get like monetized or something. Okay, this is from Dr. Meow, a new intro for a third party. See what you guys think. Yeah, I like it. It's pretty cool. Oh, no, stop! Cancel! Refresh! Okay. Well, this isn't all of the things I have. I also have all of these as well. Just to give you an idea of all the awesome tabs I have open. I'm just surprised that my computer still goes with all those tabs. The original one of that same theme. Am I going to get monetized then, Ryan? Yeah, I don't want to play that one because I'll get monetized with that. Alright. I'm sorry. I don't really know, Barry G. I should have known. I should be able to answer that question. I did not listen, even though I was silent. So I guess I proved to myself I can be silent and still not listen. Really? The ban list from my channel? I type that and it will show. Holy moly! Well, I'm glad David hasn't unbanned everyone. My goodness, a lot of people have tried to get into our room. Alright, DT Laura, feel good. Feel better. Wow, thanks for doing that. I see all the people that have been banned. I do feel like that's true. Our ban list is like huge. I can't even scroll up to see the whole ban list. My goodness, that is so... How was your day? Well, sometimes it's like What is it, Barry G? Ah, Yves, nice. You sign in without the tag. Okay. Which do you prefer me to? Do you prefer like the dual names, Saints and Yves, or would you like me to say Yves? Maxed out credit. I'm sorry. I don't need. I'm not ignoring you. Sometimes I ignore people. I don't mean to be ignoring you. What do you mean by choice? Do you mean like you're not sure, unsettled, unsure of what we'll do to be banned maybe? I don't know how else. Maxed out credit, it should let you back into Scissor Fight. I'll ask Scissor Fight. Scissor Fight, do you know if maxed out credit got banned over an iVlog? I don't know. Or why? Okay, what's your other account? Then I'll end up banning all of them. Oh, Scissor Fight said David kicked him, and he doesn't know why, and I don't know why either. Yes. It feels choice because I don't have a clear list of what needs. Yes, because it's chosen by David. That's why it feels choice. Yeah, I'm not gonna unban all. Okay. It might have been a mistake. I have done that before where I went to go ban like a guest or kick a guest maxed out credit, and then I've accidentally kicked people, like good people like you. So that could have been it. No, wait. Unban all. I'm not going to do that one, Barry G. It happened on Thursday. Well, did you try getting back in? Because usually a kick lasts for just like 10 minutes over an iVlog. No, it doesn't, Barry. You're reading things into it like you would like. No, I don't think he accidentally did. Hot Rails. I think he just decided that Howie was not, he didn't want it. Yeah, if I unban all, it will be I agree with you, Scissor Fight. Sure, Daddy. I remember Andrew. Meanwhile, in the real world, Trump signed an accord with Netanyahu to give full control of the Golan Heights to Israel. I did hear about that. And Syria, Egypt, and Iran are all angry. Oh, that one guest says if you are kicked in iVlog, it's for an hour. In Jacket Pockets, if you're kicked as a guest, it's for an hour. If you're actually someone signed in with account for it, it's for 15 minutes. Yes, 857, because sometimes they don't like to promote, certain chat rooms don't like to have other chat rooms promoted, so that's why it was start out, I think. And yeah, that other chat room is a lot more not as like chill. I'll just say that. I like using euphemisms. Not as relaxed as iVlog. I feel like iVlog is a very relaxed atmosphere. Exactly. I would agree with Scissor Fight. Especially if you see my band list over there. Welcome back, Andrew. Ryan, you gave me content just now or before? I don't want to even click on your link, Ryan. Sorry. No, Barry, I don't take phone calls. David does usually, but I don't. I go into my Zen mode where just because the phone rings doesn't mean I need to answer it. Everybody should meditate about that. Like, you know, once you realize and you meditate for a certain amount of time, and you meditate and you don't let anything on the outside world bother you, then eventually you can meditate through phone calls, and you just meditate and you realize, like, just because things happen externally doesn't mean that you have to react to them. And you control all of your actions, even your reactions. I listen to music often. Sometimes I don't even listen to music, but I do like, I love that song. I was going to add it to my list. I like 90s and alternative and new music. One of my favorite newer songs, I don't know if it's that new, is that fight song. This is my fight song. Take back my life song. Prove I'm alright song. I don't really care if nobody else believes, or even if they like me singing. I know, but the thing is, I was not, oh, of course, my favorite song is, of course, Sarah by Hall & Oates. But my favorite, I was not good with music groups in high school. In fact, I think I like blew off a guy that was trying to ask me on a date because he asked me if I liked a band, which I actually did like, but I didn't know that that was a band because I didn't know I just knew like song titles. I didn't know the names of bands. But yes, I did like Alanis Morissette, Three Doors Down. What is her name? I usually like female vocalists. Oh. Interesting, 938. I know I was a horrible, Ryan. And I didn't realize it until later. And then I was like, oh, I did that. That wasn't good. My life could have been totally different. Yes, that's why I like that. Rachel Platten fight song. Like a small boat in the ocean, sending big waves into motion. Like how a single bird can or how a single word can make a heart open. I love that song. Oh, David's gonna play it tonight too. I'll leave it open. Yes! Social credit systems. That's what it was. Thank you, Miss Anthropy. We're going to do that this week. All right. Anybody else have some good topics they would like me to discuss on our Twitter chats? I run a Twitter chat, PolitiChat. I just started it this month. I run it on Saturdays at 7 p.m. Pacific. Oh, awesome, Saints. Suicide? Wait, Ticken, what? Are you okay, Ticken? Are you at least coming to our show to... How it's unnatural for people to sleep on beds. We can talk about that here, but I don't think that's a good topic for my Twitter chat. I like the universal basic income as a different one to the social credit system. You have a song I'd like? Yeah, I only do the Twitter thing once a week. I'm an educator. It seems like you're new here, 857, so maybe you already heard all my stories, but maybe not. We have been broadcasting for since 2008, so sorry if there's a repeat. But I'm an educator, and I started doing some Twitter education chats, and then I decided to get into the PolitiChat just this month. We can discuss the federal government's role in higher education college with things such as tuition and free speech. I like that. Higher education. Maybe you could come up with the questions. Especially since you talked about free speech and tuition. I'll put that. Sarah, you haven't responded. David has Hungarian Transylvanian ancestors. Did he say that? Do I have Transylvanian ancestors? Not that I know of. I do know my brother did a DNA test, and he said I'm related to a knight in England. I have some English ancestry. I have some Russian ancestry. I thought for a long time, of course, that I had Native American, but no Native American ancestry at all. Mostly Austrian, and I think some Scottish. I think that's it. I do like that whole idea about pro right to die thing. Media distractions? I do, actually, that is an interesting one. About actually what has kind of like since this end of February been on my mind a lot is how innovation is... David said the word earlier that I really liked. He's always been talking about, you always say you've been censored, but it's more, what was the word you said earlier today? It was like compressed, or it's not that.
I don't know.
But it went along with censored, and I was like, oh, that word is more suppressed. Yes, media suppression.
Yeah.
That could be a topic.
Media suppression, but we call it censorship. But the word censorship has been overused almost because of the 60s and what happened during that time period. It's suppression of freedom of speech is what it is. And
but it's also like what's been on my mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to talk.
No,
I meant to say the whole idea of suppression by the algorithms that we've created based on popularity. So everything that's popular tends to go up in search engines, and anything that's new tends to be suppressed just because it's new. Ryan, you're laughing because you have new news for me. Barry G, our Twitter is third party. You think owning vast amounts of land should be illegal? And Scissor Fight says collecting rainwater should not be illegal. I agree with collecting rainwater. I'm not so sure about the vast amounts of land. Sarah, can we discuss how cute John Cusack is? I think my ex must have looked like him. Even though I don't have a single picture of my ex. I never took a picture of him. But oh, privacy in the digital age. I forgot that one. But that Say Anything movie really pulled up my heartstrings, and that's why I of course fell in love with John Cusack. But then I'm not really into alcohol and drugs, so I'm not really into John Cusack. When you reach the top of the algorithms, the algorithms begin to attack you. The top is reverse spaced. Reverse spaced. I can see the key words that are coming out of your keyboard. Reverse spaced. Oh, the top is reserved space, not reversed, Sarah. I just reversed the letters in my mind when I was reading that. The top is reserved space, so then the algorithms attack you. Totally. It's either reserved for advertising but underneath the algorithm that's reserved for advertising is popularity. Drag King, I think, never mind. I know that people are not. Thank you, Ghost. Sarah used to yawn even more. Have you noticed I've been getting sleep? I've been pretty good about the yawning thing. Well, I'm not going to test my DNA. I'm just going to go with what my brother told me. I will have David check the Twitter. It's David's Twitter too. No, I have a room with David, but I have been I've been doing two things since also the beginning of March was like a new beginning for me. I decided to start a weekly Twitter and with the PolitiChat as a hashtag, and I decided to not watch television on school nights. Well, except for Sunday. To not watch television on weeknights, actually. Yes, weeknights. Well, I'm just, I relate to a lot of people, Ryan. Yes, well, no, 857, it's not about, I'm not afraid the DNA companies sell my DNA. They give it away to the FBI and police. Not that I've done anything wrong, but there was a great movie that had a great quote. It said, it was, it's not that I haven't done anything wrong that I want to protect my privacy. It's that I don't have anything I want you to see. Something like that. It was something like, you know, people should, it was that whole, it was a great comeback to, you know, people that don't do anything wrong shouldn't be afraid of us looking at their stuff, whatever. It was so good. It's just like, I don't have anything I want you to see. All right, Sarah, you live near the U.S. Navy base. Do you want to interview the younger stud sailors? Inception? Wait, what? In your fantasy, you had 5,000 kids. That would not be a fantasy for me. Topics. Are we becoming too reliant and less independent? Are large cities causing more harm and good to the mental health of the individuals. The
Yeah.
rise of the city-state.
Yep.
That would be good.
So we have a new ATP intro given to us?
Yes, Dr. Meow created
Really? Okay, I'll
something.
take a look at that. Thanks, Dr. Meow. Have you noticed the download speeds have been altered because of the solar flares? Does anybody else have problems with the internet? We're having problems in general. Any of you had downtimes on download speed has been affected? Solar flare?
What is AEW and NJPW?
Yes, Barry G's had problems. Okay. I'm not suppressing Sarah's speech, no, Barry. Barry, we have different time segments. We spend time in the show. Most of the time, I'm on the show, but Sarah gives me breaks, which really helps me get through the night, and I make dinner during that time period. I am multifunctional. What you looking at?
I was just looking at people's comments over here. All right.
Great.
Yeah, I agree with you, Miss Anthropy. I'm not writing them all down. I did write down some topics for our upcoming debates. Not everything you said, Miss Anthropy, but a lot of what you wrote
Oh, good.
and some
Topics,
of
good.
what somebody else said.
That's good.
Social credit systems, universal basic income, higher education, especially
Definitely.
related to the government involvement with tuition and free speech,
Good. I like that.
media suppression,
Yeah.
privacy in the digital age.
Wow. We've got a big lineup for the
Sounds
next
good.
couple months. This is awesome. Well, as long as
Yeah,
Sarah wants to do it.
next
If she
month.
does not want to do a PolitiChat on Saturday, we won't do it. But so far, so good.
Is that the same Sabo that used to come in our room?
Sabo, are you around, man?
Is that
Nice tie.
he
Thanks,
used to
man.
come in and I block
The guy who lives,
days?
yeah.
Block TV days?
Are you the same Blog TV Sabo that we used to have?
I do enjoy PolitiChat. Well, I was chatting tonight. There's this Monday night chat that I might start joining, but it's an hour long and it starts at 6, so.
Oh, yeah.
But I like it.
You know, I support paying musicians for first strike of anything that they do, but I think we have to develop a first strike law so that we don't have a litigation going on forever about copyright control. There's so much plagiarism on the internet that you can't control it. That's the problem.
I will tell you a good documentary I just saw on Netflix. I haven't watched the whole thing. It's called One Strange Rock.
Yeah.
And it is narrated by Will Smith and different astronauts
I saw the first
It's
fight
with,
from the other room. Yeah,
from National Geographic.
it's good.
Put up by
Really well
National
done.
Geographic,
Except
yeah.
they talk about the core things that we require: earth, wind,
Air,
air.
oxygen.
Yeah, air, and they call it fire, but it's really sun. It's earth, wind, air, and sun, not
But
earth,
you know
wind,
what?
air, and
When
fire.
we talk about the four elements, it's earth, wind,
Air and sun.
fire, and water.
But you wouldn't exist without the sun.
No,
Oh,
wind is air. Earth, air,
Okay, earth, air,
water.
earth, water, and
I'm
yeah,
missing
the
one.
sun, fire. I think fire is the sun. Fire.
Fire and water. Yeah, it is fire.
Fire. Yeah, so it could
The
be
four elements.
four elements.
No,
yeah.
elements? I don't know if that's the right word.
Yeah, that's the best word. You know, this kind of harkens back to the days of Charles Manson and his dedication to the earth, wind, and fire. And I never really espoused that simplistic theory that he had promoted among his Manson family. But when you think about it, it really comes down to just the elements that have to be maintained and supported if we want everything to
Maybe
work.
Add this to yours.
The air is really contaminated right now. I run filters in our house. Yeah, How to Sell a Massacre Part 1, Al Jazeera investigates it. Cool.
Where am I putting this?
Go into 1903. Everything goes in there, right here. Gotcha.
Okay, got it.
Thank
was
you.
looking
Thanks
for
for that link on Al Jazeera.
All right, got it, Miss Anthropy.
I'm saving your documentary, Miss Anthropy. Thank you. But we really need to get back to the earth in so many ways. Obviously, this thin veil of oxygen is what they talk about in this movie that Sarah's talking about, this episode. What's it called again?
It's called One Strange Rock.
One Strange Rock. Yeah. we really need to protect this thin layer of oxygen, and it's very delicate. People don't realize what they're doing in the atmosphere, what I call chemtrails, is very dangerous and aggressively changing how we are seeing the climate. Yeah. Thank you, Sarah. I even wear my special protective sunwear when I go outside because of UV lights and the breakdown of the ozone layer. Because as you can see, you know, the sun is really bright here. First rock, not an element. Fire is not an element. No, it's not. That's why I was saying sun is essential. Sarah, Dave, have you ever watched The Century of the Self or The Power of Nightmares? I have. Ryan, we've got The Power of Nightmares on a recorded broadcast. I even keep it in our collection, which I rarely play because it's so dated, but it's still very interesting. The Power of Nightmares is like a long series of discussions about how we went through all these phases with the Vietnam War and the Iraq and Afghanistan War, and how a lot of this is the underbelly of this is called power, is really at the bottom of it. Like I said earlier, the bankers, all wars are bankers' wars. Well, they're still trying to manipulate under the curtain of government. Trump, and now Mueller is working with Trump, and Barr is working with Trump. It's like a little menage a trois, a circle jerk of people that are literally undermining our national integrity. Now, a lot of the things that Mueller didn't even address, I said earlier, the 10 years of tax returns, not one single subpoena went out to look at the tax returns. That would have shown direct collusion. He also gave up on the second trial of Paul Manafort. Remember, there was a plea agreement that Paul Manafort broke? Well, we never got the final decree on that, and we never got the investigation. And that would have been the smoking gun of connections to the Russian oligarchs and Donald Trump. Money laundering. So he failed to go deep into Manafort's background, which is an indication that Mueller is working for them. Whoever is controlling this dialogue of obstruction, not obstruction, is all. They're able to buy anyone out there. Mueller is for sale. He already signed off on the 9/11 Commission report, gave it his approval, rubber stamps it when he was the director of the FBI, and now we don't. A lot of people wonder, there's so much evidence with 9/11 and the complete cover-up that happened. Architects and engineers for 9/11 are actually deep into this, and they've submitted documents, and they're trying to get the 9/11 Commission report reopened, because there is a provision in the report that if there's any new evidence, that it should be automatically brought back to trial, or at least looked at by a grand jury. So architects and engineers really are moving in that direction. We need to get some accountability here. These same people that rigged the 9/11 attack theoretically could have veritably, and we still haven't found these people. There's still nobody who's been arrested. Not one person. Except for one guy who was a distant relative who was forced after 68 waterboardings to admit to Gina Haspel that he did something, but we don't know what. That's the only person who's been arrested after 9/11. So we've got all that to deal with. And then this leads to this, another series of layers of corruption that's controlling the inner workings of government. They own the two parties. The Zionists and AIPAC own the two parties. When Omar recently brought up, the issue about AIPAC and how our country seems to be supporting solely Israel, she made a very good point. But that doesn't mean people shouldn't discuss the fact that she may have, or the non-fact, we don't know, she may have married her brother to become a U.S. citizen, which is a very serious allegation. Yes, I've had everything checked. Yes, the nice thing about having everything checked is you can keep it in check by staying out of the sun too. Elros is Melrose, Melco code name. You're out of here. All right. Spider's Web, Britain's second empire, neocolonialism and obfuscation of the largest criminal enterprise on the planet. This document exposes how the City of London facilitates offshore of wealth in British dependencies. Excellent. It's called the City, and most conspiracy theories are predicated on the idea that City of London still control a lot of the nexus of power that we call the New World Order. They are the underwriters of the World Bank. They still hold a note with the U.S., which still makes us not so sovereign. You see, the only active document in the U.S. related to our own sovereignty is the Paris Treaty of 1783 that Ben Franklin and others signed. And they were gleeful that they signed a deal with England, but they were not happy with the fact that we obviously are indebted to the King of England to this day. And the City of London holds those notes, along with the notes that Belgium holds, Japan and China hold notes, and U.S. investors hold a tremendous amount. A lot of very wealthy people own a lot of our debt, the U.S. government debt. So our $22 trillion in debt is owed to these people, but yet we have $40 trillion on hold for us at the World Bank. And the Federal Reserve is the intermediary between that money and our money. So what I'm proposing is an infrastructure bank that will solve the world's problems, or at least our government's problems, and begin to pull away from the control and nexus of the World Bank, which would be very advantageous for our nation. We don't need to be held on and shackled to the New World Order. They're there, believe me.
The British soldier. All around the globe you'll find him, from Gibraltar to Hong Kong.
I'm sorry, I can no longer exceed 8 seconds without facing monetization issues on YouTube. Yeah. Welcome to my world. The world of censorship, where you do everything you can against all odds. Welcome. The conspiracy theories are legitimate reasons for study. They're just following the scientific method. Not really. No. In fact, a lot of scientific method is based on what are called hypotheses. But you don't understand that because you've been led to believe that conspiracy theorists are whack jobs. You've been brainwashed, War Games. My God, this guy is so out of it. So funny. He'll learn eventually.
This is Marketplace. Undercover inside Canada's funeral homes.
The top level and the bottom level, they start at $3,000.
Can you trust the people meant to help you the most?
98% is mandatory.
We're still grieving. It's only been a couple days.
High pressure sales.
If she doesn't die in the next 90 days, we still have to pay in full.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That'll be fun. Who doesn't want to talk about funeral homes tonight, you know? Anyway, that guy that died, the Sandy Hook father who'd made a lot of money on an investment, neuroscience investment, I think that's a suspicious death because they delivered a suicide note, but no one's read it. A lot of conspiracies about people that deliver suicide notes that are not read. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sarah, I love the way Sarah takes these pauses and talks to you. You know, I love the cadence that she does, the speed at which she talks. Yeah, maybe they were just kind of deal with witness protection. They got another job somewhere. I wouldn't doubt he moved overseas and got a witness protection program. They just wanted to make him go away. Maybe he was ready to tell the truth about the Sandy Hook event. They had the Sandy Hook guy suicided. We don't know. Yeah, and I don't really, at this point, pass judgment on the thing because there's little or no evidence at all of any of these things, including the shootings. The one thing that's a common thread between all these conspiracy theories is the witness usually always dies, and when he doesn't, like with this recent one where they're carting the guy off after killing people in New Zealand, it looked like he was playing a video game. I saw the videotape of the New Zealand shooting, and it looked very suspicious that it was just some sort of a video game the guy was playing. You know, cosplay is really big right now. And it's entirely possible for a government to create a kind of a planned, like, make-believe cosplay event and then go live with it. Now, one of the things that kind of surprised me about talking to people who have attacked our show, like the Latvian girl who called in 3 times, actually 4 times. Another Latvian girl called in. And during the time when, right before the election, I was exposing all this collusion that's still there between Donald Trump and the Russians. That hasn't gone away. Thanks. Yeah, it stands to reason with all this conspiracy theory activity going on. The New Zealand shooter, very likely it could have been just some guy who was playing a cosplay event. But look at this right here, this woman who called in to our show. And tell me this isn't suspicious. I mean, she was got to be one of the prettiest women out there. And she called up, and she tried to engage me in chat, too. I'm trying to find it. Let me put this by category. Type, right. That's weird. I'm having a hard time finding the Latvian girl. It's still popping up here. Hold, please. There she is. This is the last picture she sent right before the election. We're talking about maybe 6 months before the election, 2016.
Hey David, thanks for keeping me awake while I slay my night shift. The chat has been very fun lately and you've been very entertaining.
All right, let me play it again for you so you'll see what we're dealing with here. These people work for Mossad or something, and they do these things, attacks on people on the media.
Hey David, thanks for keeping me awake while I slay my night shift. The chat has been very fun lately and you've been very entertaining.
She might not have even known me. She may have just been asked to do this because she is a cosplay person. And she told me she was really into cosplay. Now, it's entirely possible for these people to be in cosplay and think that they're just having a fun little game. Yeah. There's plenty of collusion, yeah. Oh, my goodness, you're out of here. Yeah, there's the collusion and the fakery that's in front of us is almost overwhelming. The fact is, not many people actually see evidence of any killings. The only person who's even been seen, and we've been over this many times. In fact, this is getting a bit redundant. Let me get the bag over my head removed. Yeah, I mean, you could even say that David Hogg looks just like Adam Lanza. I mean, it's almost kind of uncanny. I have no words to describe this. Yeah. So is Adam Lanza David Hogg? I mean. So in conspiracy land, there's a lot of things that just don't make sense. But there's lack of evidence. And the only evidence we have seen, you think it is cosplay? Cosplay? Oh, so I'm not pronouncing it right? Really? It's not cosplay, it's cosplay? Thank you very much for correcting me. Gosh, I didn't know that. I'm checking my Google Translate. And currently, it seems more likely that cosplay is the correct pronunciation. Let's check Google.
Cosplay.
Cosplay is the correct response. You are wrong. It's cosplay. Again, I am right again.
Cosplay.
Thank you. You stand corrected. It's cosplay. Like costume. Yeah, thank you, guest 938. You are correct. Here's a mind-blowing story that will shock you. By the way, we are an umbrella party. Our goal in 2012 was to unite all these parties, but they didn't want to talk to us. Only Reform Party, the Progressive, the Whig Party got involved with our centrist alliance. We reached out to these people and we got them involved, but ideally we would love to bring all third parties together under this umbrella. Thank you. Just to remind you of that. Now, this serious story from NPR is something you cannot refute. When you talk about all these shootings, you look at this and you say, how many times per year does a gun go off in an American school? And according to the statistics, the U.S. Department of Education reported that in 2016, nearly 240 schools reported at least one incident involving a school-related shooting. 240. But NPR reached out to every one of those schools repeatedly over the course of 3 months and found that more than 2/3 of these reported incidents never happened. Never happened. Child Trends, a nonpartisan nonprofit research organization, assisted NPR in analyzing data from the government's civil rights data collection. We were able to confirm just 11 reported incidences of gun-related crimes. So all of these school shootings that have happened, according to NPR, did not happen. If you want to link this to all your family members, just check this out. Yeah, it's cosplay. Check that out. Now, NPR was kicked off of Facebook because of this study that they did. Yeah. So all these school shootings were completely overreported. All right. You're trying to understand what I'm saying. You're struggling with my words. You're clearly being induced by a state of fluoridation. Yes. NPR is solid. Maybe you should consider moving to a marijuana legalization state where we weed the people. And those people get weed. Go ahead. Yes. Yeah, let's take a look. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. What's your question? Hello? Yes, what's your question? What's your question? Hurry. Time is running out. Yeah. They can't do that. Yeah. The thing is, America's third party is leading this effort. So we're the umbrella party. That's why we're called the umbrella. But good question. Yeah. Yeah, right. The Ashkenazi Jews can't. We're going to have guarantees that no one with moneyed interests will be able to control the outcome of our decisions. Everything will be based on a democracy. And once we put this in place, we'll all have a vote. I do polls right now to start with. Would you like to, set up a poll tonight? We can all take a decision what the answers will be, and then we'll know who the most people support. And we'll go for a super majority, which will be like 67%. Would you like that idea?
Right, like clearly with the election that went on this past general presidential election that we had,
right.
They were saying Trump was going to get smashed and he didn't.
Yeah. Trump, they were wrong with polls, but the thing is, if we don't use polls, we won't know the pulse of the American people. We won't know what people want. So really, polls are at the center of like an online interactive chat that I could have in the White House with people. You guys could post polls, and the most voted on gets talked about during the 1.5 hour show I do every day. That's an idea. But you're concerned about other parties co-opting our goal. Well, we're going to put bylaws in place. We tried to put bylaws in place when we created the Centrist Alliance, and everybody said, no, we don't want to be a part of that. Sorry. So once you implement bylaws, we need enough clout before we can implement bylaws. We found that out when we tried to create the Centrist Alliance. Good question, though. I appreciate it, man.
How big is your cock?
What? We have a clock here. I think it's about 14-inch clock diameter. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. How deep is your love? Yeah, I think we use it's an on the wall clock about 14 inches. Yeah. Do the glasses in a vote? You gotta understand, I'm in the presence of UV rays, and I have to have protection from dangerous UV rays. If I go with these glasses, this will protect me. Otherwise, we could all get macular degeneration by the age of 50. That's what they say. A lot of you young people who are using your tablets are looking right into them, and the retina, your retina of your brain, your eye, is burning up. It's like little mini laser beams etching away at your retina, and eventually you won't have any eye. You'll have macular degeneration. But with these types of UVEX glasses developed by 3M, the UVEX system gives 91% percentage of protection of UV, dangerous UV lights. Yeah, I use wall clocks all the time. 14 inches is typically the diameter. But these are little trivia notes that most people don't really care about. All right, I think we covered everything here. Let's get back to the ongoing discussion about recreational marijuana. Yeah. It's a standard wall clock size. If you go to Walmart, you can find wall clocks for that size, typically. Some people think I'm just a kind of an assembled human being. Some people even claim that I'm AI or CGI. That's ridiculous. Clearly, I look nothing like Frankenstein. That theory has been completely debunked. 100%. Yes. The theory that I look like Frankenstein or Boris Karloff's version is absurd. Yes. I do not. Yes. Well, this will be me in 2088. I plan on running, and according to the prognosis, the digital readout says that I will become president in 2088 at the current level of assembly currently engaged in a fluoridated country like America, where everyone's brain is fried. All right, so we're done with the Frankenstein mask. Thank you. Dangerous UV light. Thank you, Frankenstein. Appreciate the time. You know, we're trying to get people to laugh. Politics should be fun. And it should be funny, too. Thank you. This is an Alfonso, one of the finest Italian shirts made in the world. And this is a Huntington, a tie that I really find relative to this day of confusion. We are truly living in a world where we were told one thing, and 3 weeks ago, William Barr knew about the fact that he wasn't going to charge any obstruction charges against Donald Trump, but William Barr, being the Russian agent that he seems to be, won't talk about it with anybody. Yeah, Sessions, Page, Papadopoulos, Manafort, Flynn, Stone, Cohen, Kushner, and Don Jr. are all Trump's associates that met with Russians, but there was no collusion. That is so true. Thank you. I think that says it all right there. We should run that as a stringer. We interrupt this moment of recreational marijuana bliss for all of you to actually read something on the screen. Yeah, this will be scrolling slowly over your screen in dithered gray, so you can read it as we talk. Let's go to white. White's always the best color. Don't quote me on that, because someone will say, don't you appreciate any bit of color? Well, no, but it's the best color on the screen. Thank you. I want Mueller to call into your show, but I bet he's too scared. He is. My intelligence far outweighs anything that man can even muster in his calcified brain cells. I feel sorry for him. He probably is living on a heavy dose of aspartame, Diet Coke, and fish burgers like Donald Trump. Thank you. You've been laughing all day? Excellent. Well, thank you so much, guest 9907. You really stipulated the truth there. I appreciate that. It's good to have things to read when you're in the show, too. More Americans are using pot to soothe what ails them. That's probably true. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, a group of seniors from Laguna Woods Village check in at the Bud and Bloom Cannabis Dispensary in Santa Ana, California. More Americans in their 70s and 80s are adding marijuana. Luckily for you, we're not playing Michael Jackson's Neverland, in case you wanted to see it. You know, I don't believe 2 hours, or it musters 2 hours of my time, or 4 hours. This is part one. So 4 hours of two guys talking about how they were abused, when I think Barbra Streisand summed it all up. Did you hear what she just said? Well, she recanted it. She said she was sorry, but she said that, well, you'd have to read it, that these guys had a lot of good times, and they, you know, she minimized the sexual molestation that they alleged happened to them. But again, until Michael Jackson comes out of the closet and tells people that he's not dead, like T. Rucker just did, he finally realized his scam was up. Michael's going to have to come to the realization that if he really wants to face the music and get people to verify that he's not a pedophile, he's going to have to come clean about where he is. And, you know, where is Michael today? And Michael's hiding. He was recently videotaped. Yeah, he's hiding from everybody. Michael, are you there? Here he is. Michael, here he is. Michael Jackson.
I like your MySpace as well. And I'm going to leave you a poem that I wrote a few months ago. I think you'd like it. It's called Behind the Mask. Don't judge a leaf by its color. Be at my side and call me brother. Never leave when I...
Whoa, wait a second, man. You're my brother. I'm going to call you my brother. Brother. So anyway, Michael filmed this February 7th, 2019, which is just a couple months ago. Yes, oil demand is growing at the fastest pace in 5 years, says the IEA. Lucky for us, Saudi Arabia is still a good friend, good trading partner. Yeah, so we're still doing okay gas-wise. Hold, please. Thank you, Michael. We'll get back to you later. Anything else you want to add?
I'm alone. Walk with me till I get home. Some people say they cannot figure what is normal, what is bigger.
They cannot figure what is normal, what is bigger. Huh? I'm trying to just dissect the Michael Jackson statement that he made. Dude, anyone can change dates on those things. Yeah, don't believe anything because everything can be photoshopped. Totally. You know, there's really no point in really learning anything because it's all fake. You know what I'm talking about? That's how you Republicans look to us. You don't ask any questions. You're just brain dead idiots. Yeah, am I right? Press 1 if you think Republicans are brain dead idiots. Thank you. I'll be waiting. Thank you. At least one of you guys admitted the truth. Well, these people who've been working with the Ashkenazis are Ashkenazis and formerly Nazis, like George Soros, who said it was the happiest time in his life when he was with his uncle pulling the gold teeth out of the poor Jewish people when they were killed in the death camps.
It was actually probably the happiest year of my life, that year of German occupation. For me, it was a very positive experience. It's a strange thing, you know, because you see incredible suffering around you, and in fact, you're in considerable danger yourself. But you're 14 years old and you don't believe that it can actually touch you. You have a belief.
Especially when your uncle's a collaborator with the Nazis. His uncle was one of the Jewish collaborators. And he was walking around with his uncle and he saw all these people having their gold teeth taken out of their mouth. Yep. Got to go. Take care. I love her more than I love ganja. Don't worry, be happy. Thanks a lot, man. I hope things go well in your life, because everybody's going through some tough times at times in their life that, you know, they talk about, and I hope you stand by your words. Don't worry, be happy. I wish that upon you. Michael's dad sold his soul over the Illuminati, and once Michael tried to expose them, they started trying to frame him for kid touching. New World Order Exposed has a good point. Yeah, I think Michael Jackson may very well have been completely framed on the kid touching thing. I still believe that it's possible Michael Jackson is not guilty of touching these kids indecently. I still believe that. Of course, I still believe OJ may be innocent on the Nicole Simpson, Robert Goldberg situation. Ron Goldberg and Nicole Simpson were brutally slayed by somebody there. It just didn't add up. The O.J. Simpson thing didn't add up for me. I think the one to look at is his son. If I were to develop a conspiracy theory about the O.J. case, I think, well, O.J. was already mentioned. You know, Hunter S. Thompson talked about O.J. as being the most white-bread black man out there. Manipulated. He talked about him in his books, Hunter S. Thompson did, how OJ was the quintessential manipulated black guy. They wanted to make a symbol out of him, and they framed him. Now that's just an odd take of the whole thing, but it could very well be that his son had a direct anger thing about the whole OJ thing. See, OJ had, of course, relations with Nicole, and it's when they divorced, it's possible his son had an attraction for her. And that was never revealed. No investigation into his son went on at all. Mark Fuhrman, yes. Possibility he may have planted evidence, still very real. The alleged glove behind the air conditioner unit. But I could go into detail on the O.J. Simpson conspiracy theory. There were blood drawn that was incorrect. Amount of blood was a certain amount of missing blood from the vial that the coroner had taken, and that coroner died right after he made a very unusual video where he admitted that he had a certain amount of blood taken, and then he died right after that. Very strange occurrence. Today we've had interesting news about the Sandy Hook guy who was killed. He was in the process with others of suing Alex Jones over making allegations that they felt was defamatory to their kids, that they said died. So today, weird things are happening. The father of the Sandy Hook victim and the guy who built an entire fund to help with kids' neurology to help prevent child killing. The father of the Sandy Hook victim dies from an apparent suicide. There's still a note. They said there was a note, and I haven't read one single article anywhere on the internet that said what that note says. That's suspicious right there. The judge overseeing the key Epstein case, they gave it to a 96-year-old judge to keep it, the far off reaches of the world. Give it to this guy, he can't even, read. He's almost dead. Well, sure enough, that judge overseeing the key Jeffrey Epstein-related suit dies. So that now they got to go through a whole rigmarole. It's going to buy a couple months, if not a year, of time setting up the case somewhere else. Yeah. So lots of collusion going on in our country, total collusion. So the big message here today is that total collusion is going on. Manafort was not tried in his second trial. No money laundering charges were investigated. These are the big things you can walk away today with. The 10 years of tax returns were never pursued with a subpoena by Mueller, showing me that Mueller was a total shill all along, put in play to buy 2 years of time. So Donald Trump grandfathers in, and Nancy Pelosi saying, it's a waste of time to prosecute him for impeachment. Yeah. So all of this is buying time and pushing us closer to the reality that Donald Trump is going to stay to the end of his term and run again for 2020. And there's nothing we can do to stop him except build this third party and get accountability from our government. Because believe me, they're going to continue to pull the wool over our eyes every single time. They'll stack the courts in favor of the Ashkenazi Zionists that run the government. These are the people that run the financial sector. These are the people that you go to when you seek out your doctor. Most doctors are Ashkenazi Jews. Whatever. I'm not asking you to hate on Ashkenazis or Jewish people. I'm just stating a fact. Most people in the entertainment industry are Ashkenazi Jews. Now, so many people want us to believe that Ashkenazi came from the word National Socialisten, which it didn't. It's not an acronym. There is no AZI with the N. That's not an acronym in German. And I can tell you that there is also another definition out there that they claim Ashkenazi came from this word describing a poor peasant boy who was an imbecile named Ignacio. Yeah, right, sure. No, everyone knew the Ashkenazi Jews had taken over Germany in the 1940s and 30s and 20s. Everyone knew the Ashkenazis were this group that was gathering. Everyone knew to call them Nazis, okay? Then they established certain policies like National Socialism after the fact. See, Hitler had a PR problem trying to figure out how to frame this word Nazi because he didn't like it. It was a slang for Ashkenazi. Just like in England, if you call a person who's from Pakistan a truncated form of the word Pakistani. And I'm not going to even do it in deference to the English laws that are out there. I don't want to be banned worldwide for using that word. I'm not kidding. But it's just a truncated version of the word Ashkenazi. So if the media would like us to believe otherwise, they pulled the wool over most of the historical data on this. I'm convinced in my mind that this is the simplest way to look at this problem. The same festering sore of Nazism that took over Germany is again taking over our country right now. And if we don't wake up, it'll be over for us just like it was for the Jews. And we can look at all the different things that are going on in the world, from the false flag attempts to get rid of our guns, to the, which is exactly what Hitler did in the 1920s. He invoked an international gun ban, small gun firearm ban, which, by the way, John Kerry and Donald Trump have both signed off on over the years. So they can implement this on an international level and take away all your weapons once they've assumed control of our country. Now, the New World Order is using the UN as their base headquarters, and they have at their disposal an organization called the Lucis Trust Fund. Now, this is going to get a little weird for you right now. I'm going to bear with me. But the Lucis Trust Fund is essentially the roster level group that work on all of the key meetings the UN has, as well as their publications. They are the group, Lucis Trust. And you can go to their website right now and find out how their name was formed. Go to their website directly and find out how their name was formed. And you'll find out that it's connected to Lucifer. It's like, wait a second, this is weird. Yeah, why would the UN be about... Well, that's their tool they're trying to utilize to take over all of the nations. Now, we already know that from Kofi Annan and his son and the illegality of selling oil to Iraq, or Iraqi oil to the Russians and the French, shows us that the UN can't be trusted. Well, this is even more food for thought on that level. Wild Thing rapper Tone Loc is detained at a Texas airport after confronting a white teen wearing a Confederate flag hat. Well, a lot of, see, racial violence. This is a great way to divert our attention. See? I wouldn't doubt this is all part of a plan to divert our attention from this incredibly bad decision by Mueller and William Barr. Wild Thing rapper Tone Loc is detained. His real name is Anthony Terrell Smith. Teen parents told Smith their son can wear whatever he wants because it's effing America. Right. Smith declared effing all the Confederates, at which point he was handcuffed by 2 police officers. Police let the funky Cold Medina rapper go after both parties decided not to file any charges. See, this is just another diversion. We've had nothing but diversions over the truth. You want to hear the whole lineup of everything that I can lay out for all of you, just go to our Twitter site, @thirdparty, and you'll see every case that I've laid out meticulously in a series of cases showing you the connections between Donald Trump, Chabad Leibovich, the Zionists. The only group I haven't mentioned in my Twitter account is AIPAC. But let's start from the beginning here. You got every link possible to show you. The Russian ambassador told Moscow that Kushner wanted secret communications with the Kremlin. Now, that story was never picked up by Mueller. He never investigated this. Perfect example of collusion right there. Then we go up to this timeline, which is the best source I've seen yet, done by a major media firm, that shows you contacts with the Russians, when it all happened, and like the scroll below, you're seeing all these people that met with the Russians, yet Mueller rules it's no collusion. This is an excellent timeline, gives you a historical background. And I write here that AG William Barr is hardly an objective person to share the Mueller report. He wrote a 19-page letter to the Rod Rosenstein defending the Russian agent Michael Flynn, who had access to top U.S. secrets for 24 days as National Security Advisor. And if you click on that link, it'll take you to that entire story about William Barr and what he wrote. Yeah, that's just a lot of crap. That's just crap. Historical revisionism. The Nazis are so powerful, they seated themselves in America and started revising our history books. So don't post that crap here, Barry. Yeah, that's just garbage. You can read that anywhere. It's just total Nazi garbage. All right. That's an important article. And then you move up here and you see that why former Trump campaign boss Paul Manafort's second trial could get dicey. Well, it turns out Russian collusion investigation by Mueller failed to pursue Manafort in D.C. on laundering money, witness tampering, and lying to the Justice Department and acting as an unregistered foreign agent. Obvious abridgment of justice has occurred. I say that very clearly. You go to this article and see that those charges of money laundering were never carried out. It's unbelievable. Mueller completely violated the law on that one. And let's not forget, no one's ever apprehended anyone for killing all these people on 9/11. And don't forget, Robert Mueller's role in obscuring the 9/11 evidence is right here. If you go to this site, 911tap.org has the story. Robert Mueller signed off on the 9/11, obscuring evidence that would be very valid. Just have to get rid of that and you've got everything. This is an entire history of Mueller's involvement in the 9/11 cover-up. Another important little piece of data in this little scenario. Then we move on here and check this out. There's no video of the secret meeting Trump had with Russian diplomats the day after he fired Comey. Remember the day after he fired Comey, there was TASS. The Russian news agency came over secretly and videotaped him meeting with Russians. We still don't have any proof that that was a meeting that took place. Still, to this day, why would he invite the Russians the next day after firing James Comey? That's suspicious. So you got that too. Then you've got this very strange connection between Donald Trump and the rabbis over at the rabbis at Chabad Leibovich. This is your whole link to the whole story about how he's been courted by lots of Russian money over the past 20 years. And then moving on up to the most recent. This is an ongoing story about how there is a series of lawsuits pending in New York and other areas that could very well dog Trump well into the 2020 era, which means he has to run. This is a travesty of justice. Mueller reports find no obstruction. The mere act of Trump firing the man investigating him in order to end the investigation is obstruction, by definition. Mueller was obviously compromised. And then we go on to this third related suicide, unrelated. And then here's a discussion of the Nazis that have embedded themselves in our government. You've got people, actually CEOs, Volkswagen CEO apologizes after appearing to use the Nazi slogan, Arbeit macht frei. And then you've got a reference to the Krispy Kreme family, which is another suspicious thing. They've got the Krispy Kreme owners admit to family history of Nazi ties. It's just endless. I'm telling you, we've got to fight World War II over again politically. That's how bad the situation is. I know. Krispy Kreme. As if you thought sugar was good for you, right? You go, girl. Anyway, great link. If you want to check us out on Twitter, here's the link. Do follow us, but you'll notice that the followers are not adding up very fast. We've had the same number of followers pretty much for the past 8 years. There's a lock on our follower counts on Twitter and a lock on our subscriber counts at YouTube. All right, good to know. Yeah, I'm excited because I think we had a lot of fun talking about it. I just don't want to go down that road of discussing anything but we have to. Legalization of marijuana happening among a lot of old people in areas like California. People are gathering outside the recreational dispensaries on a daily basis using marijuana as a way to soothe their ailments. And it works. We've been lied to by these scumbags that want to turn us all into big pharma junkies. We're doing Tactical Sunglass Monday, yes. See, she's a retired nurse, 65-year-old, samples a product from a cannabis-infused tea company while listening to a presentation at Bud and Bloom, a cannabis dispensary in Santa Ana. See? Isn't that cool? Everyone's getting a little lessons on all the benefits of marijuana. There they are going on the bus back to their home village and senior center. Yeah, we're going to Leisure World. We're going to take our bags of weed and get high. Honey, do you want to go over to Ginny's and have some infused tea, or should we do those bonbons that are CBD ready? I don't know. You know, I used to know people that lived at Leisure World and places like that in California. I had relatives that lived in those facilities. It's like a community, man. People are getting it on with each other. These old women are like doing the guys. I'm not kidding, man. I'm just saying. Sex is not over when you're in your 70s and 80s for a lot of these people. Yeah. It's kind of amazing, isn't it? Just stay active. Take your vitamins. Well, let's be clear. So we could talk about any number of conspiracy theories on our night. It's just, why bring it on? Yeah. There's a conspiracy theory that Elvis Presley was a pedophile. This is a picture of Elvis Presley kissing and fawning over 14-year-old girls. Yeah. Another reason to hide your existence and, hide out in the floor below the mansion at Graceland. Well, that also spawns another conspiracy theory that Elvis is still alive. But we don't want to go there because it diverts our attention from the important issues. How national is pronounced in German? Yeah, absolutely. We will go to the translate. Yeah. National in German. Un momento. You're clinging to an antiquated definition of German.
National.
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 National. Yep. Nothing altered about that. National.
National.
Natsu. So basically the word Natsu would be a better word. So you would be calling it Natsu. Okay. So instead of calling people Nazis, call them Natsus. Okay? Thank you. I rest my case. Ashkenazis are Nazis. Are you with me? That's what's happening. It's called taking over and controlling government, industry, and everything. Why do you think there was such a problem in Germany when they took every Jewish person's money? And virtually like the Soros that I just showed you on screen, was happy to be gleeful to take the gold teeth out of the dead Jews' mouths. Yeah, because they're very, very greedy, these Ashkenazis. They're greed mongers. That's why they're positioned all over every major organization, medical, legal, entertainment, banking. 80 to 90% of the people in these industries are Ashkenazis. Even Donald Trump, surrounded by Ashkenazis. And they're not even Jewish. That's the sad thing. They're not related to Abraham. These aren't even Jews. These are Nazis. These are Ashkenazis. I'm trying to explain that to you. Hasidic Jews don't acknowledge these as real Jews. They're not mothers were not related to Abraham. It doesn't take a genius to realize that these people have been hybridized, that they're giving good Jewish people a bad name. Yeah. I think it's pretty sad when you think about it. And they've been able to twist history around it to ignore or somehow hide their Ashkenazi background. Believe me, I'm not going to let this one go. It's too good. It explains everything. It explains why our government's plagued with extreme corruption at the highest levels by people who are veritable nitwits.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges for college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student. I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things. I understand things. I comprehend very well.
Hey, and comprehend this. All the people surrounding Donald Trump are Ashkenazi Jews. But I don't call them Jews because they're technically not Jewish.
Message on that point. It's a
President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Fishman, Chairman, Ladder Capital, Donald Trump's second largest lender, Ashkenazi Jew. David Friedman, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump, United States Ambassador to Israel, Ashkenazi Jew. Samuel Fox, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Garten, Executive Vice President and General Counsel, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Bruce Gelb, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Glassner, Deputy Campaign Manager and National Political Director, Donald J. Trump for President. Special Advisor for Operations, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Glick, Executive Vice President of Strategic Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew.
I mean, it goes on and on. It's just like there's like at least 40 people close to Trump right now. All of them are connected to this Russian oligarchy through Shabbat Leibovich. And you wonder, is there any collusion? Well, if you're a goyim like me, you're a little bit weirded out by the whole thing in and of itself, and you're going, they see us as cattle. That's how they see us. They see us as complete idiots. I'm sorry to say, but we're the useless eaters in their minds. Now, I don't mean to be the guy bearing bad news or looking like, Frankenstein. I tried not to, lay that trip on you. But I got bad news for you. The whole system is wrought with corruption. Sorry. But yeah, it's pretty bad. It's as bad as that monster would make it seem. But I'm trying to put a positive glint on it and make it look good. Got to wait 1 hour till 9 o'clock before I can take my glasses off. Yeah, Trump, I don't have anything against Ashkenazis. I don't. Or Jewish people. I just don't like the greed. Yeah. I'm not a person who hates these people. I don't want bad things to happen to people that have Teslas because they work as doctors. I'm walking a fine line here, trying to make you aware of a very serious problem where they simply have gained too much power, and now they want to take even more power away from the American people. Now, I got bad news for you, but we're watching our nation getting sold off right from under us by liquidators like Donald Trump and Mitt Romney, people who make a lot of money liquidating companies. They're the ones trying to profit from the decline of America's overall GDP. Yeah, look what Chinese bought out all of West Virginia. Yeah. In a deal they did with Donald Trump, China runs the West Virginia coal mining opportunity. Trump didn't turn to American companies like Peabody Coal or United Coal, which need help. He went ahead and sold it to the Chinese. And what did we get out of that deal? We never found that out. So he's working for those oligarchs as well. Trump has side deals with Russians and Chinese. Trump had a deal with the Moscow Tower where he offered Vladimir Putin a $50 million penthouse suite, and then turned to the American people and said he has no business going on with Russia at the time. Mueller didn't even include this in the report. I mean, how do you blow off the Moscow report as being not relevant to Donald Trump having complete and utter connections with Russian oligarchs? I mean, that alone puts the thing up there with obstruction and up there with the possibility of collusion. That alone. So we've got more than enough evidence in media alone that we've simply logged in, and I put it on my Twitter page at Third Party, that you can just check it out and just lay it out there for you. There's more than enough evidence to impeach right now. So if the Democrats really want to move in this direction and push Nancy Pelosi out of the supreme position of nearly 2 steps away from being our president, Nancy Pelosi is. If the Democrats can't pull anybody off better than Nancy Pelosi to lead their organization, they're not going to pursue an impeachment. And when you voted for those people, they've already turned on you. They've already turned their back on the people that voted for the Democrats in the midterm, myself included, just so that we could see an impeachment process. They're not even going to start one. This is almost a slam dunk case. The two parties are controlled by the Zionist elitists and the AIPAC organizations. They're simply working directly for those people. They're not going to help the American people. We're going to lose everything. Whatever you thought was your country is already being bought up right now by these people, and they've got a lock on our two-party system. Impeachment for collusion, obviously. What do you mean, for what? High crimes and misdemeanors. He violated the Logan Act. You name it. He's committed crimes. He took $9.5 million from Betsy DeVos. Doesn't matter. The collusion's everywhere. None was found by the people who are colluding. I'll tweet that. Okay. Hold please while I give you a little musical break. Yeah, Ryan, go ahead.
Gonna make you feel good, gonna make you feel good, gonna make you mine. I never thought I'd find a man who blows my mind.
Okay, let's see what's happening on Twitter. Okay. It's official. It's official. There was no collusion among the people colluding. According to the people colluding, there's no collusion. It's official. According to the people colluding, there is no collusion. Okay, so I'm tweeting that right now. It's official. According to the people colluding, there is no collusion. Yay. Feel good. All right, so I'm going to be doing a lot more tweeting this year, and as we move forward toward the 2020 election, we're just going to keep working it until we can actually get one follower. There's my new look over the city of Seattle there. That was taken in 2017. Make America brain dead again. Yeah. You're working on it, aren't you? You know, I feel sorry for you people who are Trump supporters, because you're going to end up losing your livelihood. A lot of you are going to wonder why gun control and other draconian plans to take away the rights of people who have PTSD, right to bear arms, are going to be implemented. Trump's already said, oh, well, first we take their guns, then we'll do the due process later. You're the ones that actually believe Trump supports your right to bear arms. That's the irony of the whole thing. Sad, really. Oh, Michael Avenatti speaks after being released on a $3,000 bond.
Call from
Rodrigo. Yes, Rodrigo, go ahead. The question, go ahead. Rodrigo. Oh, I'm so sorry. Rodrigo could not speak because he was unable to communicate. Okay, we'll take a look at this. Michael Avenatti. So the Britain's Second Empire documentary will be in tonight's show. Thank you for that link. How to Sell a Massacre Part 1 will be in our show tonight. It's going to be a story about how they're selling massacres all over the place. And I see we got Rachel Platten, a fight song. Oh, I love it. Somebody gave Sarah the fight song for us to play tonight. That's her favorite song. Thank you for giving me a friend request. I'll try to add you later tonight. Okay, let's listen to Michael Avenatti. He's been released again. He's out of jail on a $300,000 bond, but restrictions have been placed on his travel. He was accused of... Yes, go ahead. What is it, Rodrigo? I didn't hear you earlier. What is it? Yeah. What you got, Rodrigo? Give me a question. Give me a question, man. What do you got? This call is being traced. Yeah. So what's the question? I got it, man. That's not a question. What's your? This is being traced. This call is being traced. Go ahead. What's your question? I'm looking. Yeah. I see it. Yeah. What's your question, Rodrigo? This call is being traced. What's your question? Rodrigo, what's your question? I'm waiting. Oh, dude, you have no idea. This is just the step that we needed. This is all we needed to locate you. Thank you. Great. We got him. This guy has been harassing us for about 4 or 5 years. The trace went through. Right on, brother. Yeah, we got him. Retardo, yeah. Cranky, it's not supposed to be entertaining. There's nothing supposed to be entertaining about this. What, did you come here to get entertained? You can listen to Donald Trump for entertainment. He's the guy screwing you over.
Jason Greenblatt, Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer, the Trump Organization, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald J. Trump, President Trump's Special Representative for International Negotiations, Ashkenazi Jew. Vincent Harris, former Digital Strategy Manager, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Thomas Hicks, Sr., Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Carl Icahn, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Special Advisor to the President for Regulatory Reform, Ashkenazi Jew. Gail Icahn, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee.
Barron has turned 13, and Barron is 6 foot tall now. Wow. Those Ashkenazi Jewish people are very tall, aren't they? I'm glad to hear that. Hey, I don't want anyone to think there's anything bad about Jewish people or Ashkenazis for that matter. It's just that the greed factor, we're exposing it, and their connection to the Nazi Party. Thank you. Took a little while to figure it out, didn't it? Yeah, it's much simpler to understand now that you know that the really greedy ones in Germany took over Germany and took all the money from the good Jewish people. Yes, he is, Winston. Yeah, that's a fake name. Ashkenazis are not Jewish.
Has also said that a child can take 10,000 vaccines and have no problem?
I don't know who this guy is, this Dr. Offit, but he's one of the problems that we face in this country as far as health is concerned. That kind of statement coming from somebody who seems to have expertise really confuses people. And when you're talking to people at home and they say, well, I don't know whether to get my child vaccinated or not, and they say, well, Dr. Offit said this, and he's an authority. I mean, look at this. He is, in effect, complicit in exposing that child to a potential lifelong malady. That's wrong. That's wrong. Now, he should be held accountable for that, or he should shut his mouth. And if I sound like I'm too aggressive in saying this, I would say it to his face. To say that, you know, mercury is not something we really need to worry about, and the children getting 10,000 vaccinations wouldn't make any difference. My grandson got 9 in one day, 7 of which had thimerosal in them, and he was immediately autistic. 2-3 days later, 4 days later.
Right.
Now, come on, don't tell me it didn't have anything to do with it.
Right.
And when I ask a person from FDA or CDC, would you mind if I injected you with the amount of mercury that my grandson got in one day? Would you mind if I did that with one shot? And he said, well, no, I don't think so. Well, why?
10,000 vaccines, 170 ounce, 22 cups of vaccines, or 11 pounds of vaccines. Wow. Yes. Cranky, you sound like Rodrigo. Yeah, that's something Rodrigo would say here. Rodrigo is a homosexual man. I'll give you a little background on who the guy who called me. He's a homosexual man who's been attacking our show for about 4 years now. He secretly loves me, and I'm not gay. And a lot of these homos have been weaponized with a phone and the internet. I know it sounds pretty hard to believe, but yeah, these gay people are now becoming like gang stalkers. It's been going on for 4 years. We finally got his address, though. Thankfully, we triangulated his signal. It doesn't happen overnight. You have to actually lure him into the phone call long enough to get the trace. I'm not gay either, and all these homosexuals keep hitting on me because they like the way I look. They think that this incredible human being that I am, and I have been manufactured to be even better, stronger, faster, more capable, more powerful than even Steve Austin, the $6 million man. Yeah. Well, I'm using protection right now because of the UV rays from the light will alter my retina, and I don't want that to be affected. But look at these people, like George Soros.
In yourself, your belief in your father, it's a very happy-making, exhilarating experience. Happiest year of my life, that year of German occupation. For me,
George Soros says the happiest year of his life was that year of German occupation, where he used to go around with his uncle and pull the gold teeth out of the mouths of the Jews. How many of you really give a crap? It's pretty obvious some of you don't care that all these innocent Jewish people were killed during that time period by Ashkenazis. And here you have all these Ashkenazis surrounding Donald Trump, and you're not even concerned.
Ashkenazi Jew. Robert Eager, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum. Ashkenazi Jew. Travis Kalanick, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum. Ashkenazi Jew. Peter Calico, donor, Trump Victory
I can't
Fund.
hear you. What?
Ashkenazi Jew. Daniel Kowalski, Deputy Policy Director, Donald J. Trump for President. Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council. Ashkenazi Jew. Charles Kushner, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President. Donor, Make America Great Again PAC. Ashkenazi Jew. Jared Kushner, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President. Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team. Ashkenazi Jew. Yael Kushner, Ivanka Trump, Executive Vice President, the Trump Organization, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Orthodox Jewish convert.
Hey, well, anyway, I'm not here to hate on Jewish people or Nazi Jews or Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just a little concerned about the greed in Washington. Hello? I mean, what more can we talk about besides how they rig everything? Thank you. He's an Ashkenazi Jew. His ancestors were German. That's fine. I think that's perfectly okay. I like Jewish people, and I like even Ashkenazis, like Nita is an Ashkenazi. Yeah, I'm not hating on Ashkenazis, don't get me wrong. I just am concerned about the nexus of power lingering in a small, greedy conclave of people in the Chabad Leibovich that control our government through the underbelly of Donald Trump and the Russian oligarchs. And I exposed that on my Twitter. So, and I apparently got your attention. All right, Sarah, I'm going to let you have the show.
Your dinner.
Oh, thank you. I'll go have some. All right, Sarah's here to talk to you about maybe some of the grooming. We're thinking of doing like a flower garden and a compost heap at the White House in the Rose Garden area. Would that be okay with you?
Definitely a compost heap.
Definitely compost.
I'm going to be doing composting wherever I am. That's like, I love my worms.
If you're wondering what's behind the White House,
I know what's behind the White House, the Denver horse.
I'm going to pull that out for now. We're going to pretend like the future doesn't have the Illuminati nested in the White House, but right now we're dealing with that. See you in a bit.
Red regular worms, that's the only kind I like. That's it. Well, actually, I mean, the other worms are fine. Just don't mix them. No mixing the worms, people, because bigger worms can eat my little red wrigglers, and I love my red wrigglers. True, so if I just let it fester. Sometimes you just have to let them fester, the food scraps. Let it break down a little bit. Orange glasses, is that what I have? Yeah, that spray stuff is horrible. Yeah, don't mix the worms together. The big worms can eat the smaller worms. I have no idea. I wasn't in the room, Cranky Beans. I was in the other room trying to... I decided to look up on Khan Academy computer science, and I realized that I need to revisit logarithms. I don't totally understand logarithms. In order to just understand algorithms, I guess I need to understand logarithms. Okay. Well, red wrigglers, what's nice about them, they're also called trout worms, is that they can eat their body weight in one day. Food scraps, well, bacteria growing on the food scraps. But I really do. I'm into composting. It's true. It's pretty cool that Washington State is at least considering human composting. So by the time I die, they should have it all passed. That's what I want to happen to my body. I said it here. Yes. David's like, no. I told David he could put me in a cedar box. Wrap me in white muslin, cotton. But no, none of that formaldehyde stuff. No. And throw in a couple worms with me. There's these really cool bugs, though. I don't know what they're called. I can't remember. Oh, I know what they're called. I think they're called carpet beetles. I think that's what they are. They will totally... scientists use them when they want to, clean off the bones. And they eat all the meat off of it and just leaves the bones. It's really cool. I just listen, Winston. I just listen. I try to be silent and listen with an open heart. Was Cranky Beans listening? I mean, was what? Never mind. A shrunken body? A shrunken head? Just the head? I guess it's pretty hard to shrink the whole body. I don't want any formaldehyde. No. Alright, I know that's weird talking about that. And I already have some of my playlists. I need to add a couple more songs to it. I actually need to create the playlist I want. One of them is going to be As I Lay Me Down to Sleep, This I Pray, that you hold me dear, though I'm far away. I'll whisper your name into the sky, and I will wake up happy. I wonder why. Who loves tacos? Have you ever heard that song? It always has like that background, and I was telling David we were listening to it the other day, and I was like, I always think the background, I'm sure it's like beep bop bop bop, but I always think it says, who loves tacos? That's kind of like me, scissor fight, but I want to actually get in with the worms. Got 2 videos from me, Cranky Beans. Oh, the Hearst song. Yes, the worms crawl in, the worms crawl out. Performed by Harley Poe. I'll watch that someday. And what's this one? Oh, by Rusty Cage, another Hearst song. All the Hearst songs. I've never wanted to drive in a Hearst. Did you ever hear that joke? This guy, there's this taxi driver was going along, and somebody like tapped on the window, and he's like jumped up really like crazy, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Just for the last like 10 years, I had been driving a Hearst. I wasn't used to someone tapping on me from behind." Oh. I love it, Master Meatball. Now I lay me down to sleep, a place for worms to creep. If I rise up once I'm dead, make sure you stab me in the head, 'cause I'll be a zombie. Oh goodness. Why do I have so much fun with you? Maybe because it's just me and I'm talking to myself and I'm an imaginary self, but I am interacting with chat room people. I'm interacting with words that I see popping up on my computer screen. I don't know why I'm so happy right now. I know I was just doing a little bit of math, so that makes me happy. Yes, intelligent people have fun together. No, I'm in love with David. I actually left early from my work today to come home to tell David, I love you, have a great show. I'm working on being more patient, being like, you're awesome, and listening, and so then he can catch you, Stephen. I don't know, Johnny. Maybe I'm just the perfect age for David. I don't think that happened, Cranky, no. Can I be a little happy? Maybe I'm just tired. Maybe that's why I'm happy. I had a good meal, which is very good. Thanks, Misanthropy, for letting me know you're here and listening. I was reminded today that listen and silent have the same letters. You can't do one without the other. Well, wait. You can't listen without really being silent, but sometimes you can listen when you're... Wait, sometimes you can be silent and not really listen because you're kind of tuned out, thinking about either what you're going to say or thinking about other things on your mind. That's good. I'm glad you're writing. See, like you're silent but not really listening. That's fine. I do that quite a bit. Sometimes when I even come in here and sit next to David, and David will be talking to you all about something he's very passionate about. Sometimes I don't listen. I'm sorry. I do journal as well. Yes. I love journaling. My journaling recently, I've just done it on the weekends, and it's more like, what did I accomplish this week? Oh yeah, I did this and this and this. Huh. It's a very popular song to cover. I don't really think about it, Barry. I know. You're giving me all the Her songs. I'm closing them out. I'm sorry I got on the topic of death. I was a little morbid. Yes! Oh, I was feeling so guilty yesterday because I just basically... I did send an email out, but other than that, yesterday I basically sat on a chair, comfortable chair, and watched videos, Netflix all day. And at the end of the day, I was feeling very guilty, or just like I should have been doing something besides just watching TV all day. But then I felt like I should not feel guilty, like it's okay to not do that, to not feel like I have to always be accomplishing something. You'd like to rest from me. Ooh, I like that. This is true. This is true. Truth is often more than one perspective in life. I love that. Scissor fights. Love it. Okay. Never mind. Oh, okay. Never mind. But I do love that. Oh, let me show everybody. Actually, yes, I'll show you because I love it so much. I love that whole concept of perspective, especially since I saw this amazing magician, and then I started thinking about perspective. Anyway, add source, screen capture, monitor. It says, truth is often more than one perspective in life. And it has obviously a red light and a blue light. And it says, this is true with a square shadow. This is true with a circular shadow because this is the truth. Investigate everything. Oh, I so love that. I really do. Is that what your G stands for? Guilty? Barry G? Very guilty? I don't eat guilty. I don't feel guilty when I eat berries. Yeah. You'll always feel like you have to accomplish something when your new goals are surrogate activities. What are they surrogates for? Well, I'm going to leave the meme up, even if David doesn't like it, because I do like it. Yes, this amazing guy, he was, the magician I saw was actually, he was a world champion magician in 2003, because you know that trick with the balls and the cups? He was able to do that with clear cups. And then he was able to shape water. He like had this person hold their hands out, pour 2 different pitchers of water on their hands, and then he's like, feel around, make sure there's nothing, and then he like shaped this whatever was it, a water, into a sphere. And he's holding this spherical thing of water, and then he pops it. Oh, I'm sorry, Ticken. You have to move away where there's not many ambulances. Oh, I love how water. Let your mind be like water. Do you want me to give you a link to him? I'll give you a link to his website. His name's Jason Latimer. Ha 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 ha. Shoulder. Dave has totally unique talents. Well, you can move away to the wilderness together or separately. He bends light, shapes water, and he does that. He does this thing with clear cups where the ball's like, you can't tell which cup it is in, right? But the cups are clear. Like, you can see through the cups. No, Chicken, I don't think he's... Well... I don't even think he's that kind of magician. But he said, I need to study perceptual psychology, so that's why I like that whole thing about perspective. And perspective really... The idea of perspective really, like, affects so many things in life. Versus scientist Bangalitis. What I like about that magician is he's like, science is like magic, only real. He was wearing that shirt. And I just love that. I love that quote because it's like science makes you want to learn more. And you say science is not magic, but magic is possibly science. Yes, he can make things levitate. Yes, he could probably even levitate him. Oh, not he can walk on water, like water jets. Not that he's like a whatever miracle worker, but he does walk on water. I have Real Magoo. Why throughout history women have taken the role as sidekicks in magic? Because maybe there's where the real magic happens. I don't know. Maybe I did take some of those new vaccines. Have I ever seen the sun set over a ranch in West Texas in the summer? It'll put some perspective in your life. Have you ever seen a sunset over the ocean? That's some good perspective there too. And in the desert. The drink, Barry G. What's in that? Like orange juice? And Real Magoo's been to the Pacific Northwest. Tickin'. I like Tickin'. I feel bad that he feels so depressed. You know what? The only way to cure depression, Tickin', and to make yourself not feel like you want to off yourself, is you're not depressed. Okay, good. But for me, and I think it's true for a lot of other people, is to go help someone else. Go serve someone else. Help someone else who's less fortunate than you. And that will help you get out of yourself. I will say there's this show that I do like. I know, Cranky Beans, I like that. It's a cookbook! Wow. Real man's butcher, exactly. The yeah, I was gonna say just helping other people is very good. And I highly recommend The Kindness Diaries on Netflix.
Oh yeah.
I won't watch them again until Saturday, but that's what I recommend.
You just refuse to watch shows during the week, huh? Wow.
On weeknights, I made a commitment to myself starting right before March 1st.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I need more sleep.
Okay.
To get more sleep in my life, I need to stop watching television during the weeknights, because every time I watch something, I end up watching till like 10 o'clock or thinking that David will come into the room or something. So then I don't sleep. And that feels
she
so
needs
good.
the sleep.
I need sleep. I feel so much better if I sleep.
I think you.
For me, it's better than food.
Yeah.
And a lot of women say that it's better than.
You know what? Yeah, sleep is sometimes better. Yeah. We're gonna play the fight song in honor of you tonight at the end. You didn't play it, did you?
No.
Okay.
I didn't play it.
I will play that
pulled it up.
after our recorded broadcast. I'll play that.
I did pull it up somewhere.
Yeah, it's right over there. I've got it. I got it queued up. Cool. Well, we'll do it in honor of you while you're sleeping.
Yeah.
Sarah really loves that song, and I haven't heard it or seen the video. I've heard it on the radio, but I haven't seen the video.
Yeah.
Is it pretty good?
I don't know. I've never seen the video.
Oh, well, you'll see it tomorrow or another day.
Nobody else believes.
What is the proper tip for food delivery? Avoid blunt objects.
No! 10%.
10%? Okay. 10%, right. 15% for restaurants, is that right?
I say that's what I would say. 15% for restaurants where they take away your food.
Unless you're a tightwad, then go to 10%. Tithe at the restaurant. That's great. Well, it's good to have a backup, and I thank you for that. There's some ice cream in there if you want to have some of that. So
Okay.
I need to eat up that yaya or yo-yo or whatever that's called.
Oh, the cookie dough?
You don't like it?
It's okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Okay, I'll eat it since you're trying to get rid of it.
Well, I mean, it's just a little bit of a container. I don't want to have it tonight, so I'm trying to get you to. So
trying
I
to
have a
get
steel
me
container.
to eat it so then you don't have.
Well, then I
you're
won't
not
eat
tempted to eat it.
because I have a tendency to eat things like that, and I don't want to. They're too much sugar in your diet, you know. A little bit is okay, but that's real sugar. It's not corn syrup. That yo-yo stuff. Yeah.
All right. Ticken, I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Ticken comes here to see you mostly.
Well, good. And good night, everybody else, Misanthropy, and
thank you, Sarah.
And Scissor Fight, my friends, like my brother.
Yeah.
Good night, Barry G, whatever your other name is.
Barry G is new.
See, I actually said good night to you for once.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. Well, people are getting, you know, it's a wake-up call to know that their two parties have sold them out and they won't do anything. So a lot of people are finally realizing we need to do something. Third party is the way to go. Sarah's like your mom, really? That's kind of cool.
I like that. I
Yeah.
can be like a mom because I'm not trying to be a mom. So
She's good with that, you know. She doesn't have a children, so this show is kind of like Sarah and our baby. It's yeah. We've been nurturing this show more than we would in many ways a child because we give it, you know, so much time every day. I do. And I don't really want kids, and Sarah doesn't want kids either. I just can't see bringing kids into this disgusting, corrupt, toxic world. It's not what I would consider a gleaming example of a successful society. It's better than nothing, but I mean, it's certainly not. When I used to think that America was free of most of the corruption that Zimbabwe has, but I mean, I'm not sure how much more corrupt we are than Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe, but I mean, we're up there. Our country has got some real secret operations going on that are affecting other countries and creating foreign policy that's confusing to many other countries and many other people. So these are not the Guccis. The Guccis are here. I kind of like those too. A little bit easier to look at the screen. These put out a real yellow blast. It's like, whoa. No progeny to carry on the... No, I have complete access to genetic refiling of my genome. I certainly can add my genetic material to the cloning center. I certainly don't have a problem with, you know, ultimately having myself cloned if I were to expire at, say, 200 or so. Yeah, frozen sperm can last at least 200 years, at least. But, you know, we'd have to go forward in time to find out exactly the exact date that it would expire. But this time travel thing is really new to us. We're humans. We're very new to this. All right. Gabriel is sent from God to impregnate both Mary and Elizabeth. Are you learning about Bible history, Master Meatball? That's special. Well, aren't you special? We could invite Church Lady in and we could talk about your Bible studies. You know, I've noticed something. There's no nude Bible studies out there. I've been looking online. There's no nude Bible studies. I mean, you'd think they would get in on that. It'd be a fantastic opportunity for a lot of churches to open up nudity because there is no reference to clothing in the Bible. Deadly Ebola outbreak in the Congo surpasses 1,000 cases. Wow. I'm getting scared, like I was during the Obama Ebola era. Yeah, 14 Obama Ebola people came over here infected with Ebola. But now this outbreak in the Congo surpasses 1,000 cases. I'm sorry, but I need confirmation. Photographs, something. Just some sticky note out there with a video. Oh.
The ongoing Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo has infected more than 1,000 people. According to the country's health ministry, since the epidemic started last August, there have been 1,009 cases of the disease.
Obama, Ebola, Obama. Yes. Well, this is sad.
944 have been confirmed and 65 are probable. The death toll now stands at 629.
So the good news is some of them are doing pretty well. So Ebola doesn't have to be an end-all for a lot of you people. You could have the Ebola rabies vaccine that they're developing at the CDC. It's an endgame zombie apocalypse danger that is impending upon human race. The conspiracy theory of pandemia. The pandemic conspiracy theory. The Democrats want to herd inoculate us. We've already seen from one doctor in his testimony how dangerous vaccines are. He's right. You get thimerosal, you get Roundup. They put, ironically, a lot of the gelatin that they're using in vaccines end up having Roundup contamination because gelatin comes from hoofs. Animals walk around the Roundup and go, oh, well, I'm out in the Roundup, I'm getting my hoofs. And then their gelatin ground up when their pitiful, pathetic life is over. Hey, I know you people are here for a fence, but listen to this nut job. Protest fencing while surrounded by fencing. Yeah. And what's really kind of weird, Beto, not only is he a hit and run person who literally drove away from the scene of a crime with a .134 alcohol level, but fantasized about killing children in books that he wrote or in essays that he wrote back when he was in a hacker group. I can't even say all that in one sentence. But he wants to get rid of the fence entirely. The fence that we have at the base of our country with South America, with Mexico. See? Technically, Mexico is in North America. See? Do you like that? 22 years ago today, Heaven's Gate happened, and I would be remiss to not show my conspiracy theory about that to you. Remember Heaven's Gate and how they're on Hale-Bopp and having a wonderful time? From a nondescript dad's shoes to rare collector's items, all thanks to a mass suicide. Yep. 39 members of the Heaven's Gate cult went to a rented house in an upscale San Diego suburb and took their own lives. I could have sworn it was 45, but maybe that's one of those Mandela effects. 39 people died. Okay, I'll take that. I'm sure it was 45, but now it's 39, whatever. In an attempt to board a UFO they believed to be trailing the passing Hale-Bopp comet. Yeah. Problem is, I know more about this than the average person because I've done some interesting background searches on certain people like Applewhite. Marshall Applewhite. Yeah. Seemed like a nice guy, you know. He was involved in a music program at a local JC. Had everything going for him. And then he responded to an ad in the newspaper looking for crisis actors. Yeah, it was going on back then too. And guess what? You can actually see on the website, Heaven's Gate, there's a missing file. It used to be the suicide disclaimer file. 55 KB file that was on the site prior to all of those 39 people killing themselves over a 3-day period. That's right, 3-day period. They all killed themselves over a 3-day period. Who kills themselves over a 3-day period? People, wake up. I've got news for you. Yeah, they all died, that's right. But guess what? They were used by the CIA to create code, the secret financial code that you use today, or was used back then. That's what they were really for. That's the conspiracy theory. They all died right away, too. Sorry. Yeah, they were injected. They were killed. CIA, it turns out, had an office just 1 hour away in San Diego. So we're going to do a tribute. Dark Engine has a Heaven's Gate documentary. Thank you, Dark Engine. History TV has something. So it's going to be the
approaching millennium.
This looks really good. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. I just can't wait. Oh, sorry. Whatever. Yeah, here it is.
has fanned the flames of a curious phenomenon: UFO cults, a synthesis of mainstream religion and cutting-edge science fiction.
This looks really good. History TV, this is the kind of fair use I like to see in our show. Thank you for that link. Dark Engine. Trump don't collude with Russia. Huh? Wait a second. I'll add that in a second. Are we still believing that Trump didn't collude with Russia? You got to be kidding me. It's obvious he's colluding with Russia, the Zionists that control our country. Hello? Yeah. Cultic activity. Yeah. Go ahead and make my day. Yeah. Mind-blowing. Trump didn't collude with Russia, so why does he love Putin so much? The Mueller report has settled a great mystery of the Trump era, but only one. That's the no collusion, but that's a clear interpretation of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's findings. At least they were conveyed Sunday by Attorney General William Barr, and it's the line President Donald Trump's gloating defenders are promoting. But without access to Mueller's full report, we can't know just how damning, or not, this investigation is for Trump. Justice Department rules say a sitting president can't be indicted, while other Justice Department rules say it's wrong to release derogatory information about someone who isn't charged with a crime. So unless Barr decides the president is a special case, we might never learn the full extent of President Trump's actions. And we might never learn how close Mueller's team came to charging Donald Trump Jr. and Jared Kushner, let alone others caught up in the Russian scandal. Still, even if Barr does release the bulk of the report, the task was to pursue prosecutions with a reasonable chance of success, but not issue a moral judgment on this presidency. Barr's summary makes clear that there was no coordinated high-level conspiracy between Russia and Trump to tilt the 2016 election in his favor, according to this article. I disagree. I believe that the collusion runs all the way through the ranks, right on through to Mueller, who signed off on the 9/11 Commission reports, ridiculous cover-up of the 9/11 Commission, analysis of the 9/11 attack. That dates back, 20 years? Almost. And then you've got the incredible problem that Mueller didn't even bother to get the 10 years of tax returns. I mean, I can blow holes in all of this, but I'd rather not. Right now, I'm just going to let it rest, let the dust settle, and get back to the business of fixing the country. Apparent suicide? Yeah, I heard about that. The Sandy Hook father that was suing Alex Jones apparently had a suicide, but we still don't know what kind of suicide. Same with that girl who died in Parkland. You know that she died of a gunshot wound? I had to go through 4 websites to find the story that she died by a gunshot wound. That young girl, that allegedly was a friend of one of the decedents, alleged, in Parkland, Marjorie Stoneham Douglas. That young girl actually shot herself. You know how rare that is to hear about a young girl shooting herself in the head? Very rare. Most suicides among girls are overdoses. It's very rare. Winston, I've been fixing the country from the very get-go of this effort. You just lost your place here. Yeah, this whole effort is about fixing the country. I mean, how could you not see that? It is real. Can you not see? Victory lap and accolades, Trump's perhaps best day ever. Don't want to go there. Don't even think it's that important. Best hair day ever, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. We're talking about collusion at this point among the Mueller camp and William Barr. William Barr is on record. Mitch is trying to block the report. Really? All right. Well, CBS News. That's it. Which report are you talking about? Mitch McConnell? Well, he's a Russian plant. Mitch McConnell got money to get reelected. Mitch McConnell gets money from Russia to get reelected. Brett Kavanaugh is part of that little plan too. If the Democrats were smart, they'd move on. Oh, yeah, he's trying to block the report. Everybody's trying to block the report. It shows a lot of damning evidence about Donald Trump, I'm sure. But really, what really shocked me is that Mueller doesn't seem to understand that Donald Trump committed obstruction by definition. It is exactly what obstruction laws are set up to prevent. Actually firing the person investigating you because he's investigating you and announcing that you're glad it's over because you fired him, that's obstruction, pure and simple, 100%. There's no equivocating here. So Mueller is already shown to have violated the law and will be prosecuted as well, Robert Mueller. I plan on opening up a complete investigation into what just happened. Absolutely. And truth will prevail here. The Democrats are uncovering a hornet's nest of crap related to Cindy Yang and the $30 million house that she bought so she could, quote, have access to the president. Now, Mueller has not engaged in any major attempt to, Mueller has not engaged in any major attempt to get deeper into the subject of collusion when he couldn't even get 10 years of tax returns, which would show the link to basically directly to the Russian oligarchs. And we believe Trump made about $109 million in that time period. The other issue, which I find interesting, is that the Manafort case has never ever been carried on. The second layer was never done. He had a plea agreement with Manafort, Mueller did, and according to Mueller, Manafort violated his plea agreement and automatically completely gave up the pursuit of Paul Manafort. He's going to settle with his 8 years and he'll probably get out on good behavior in about 3, without actually telling anybody about his money laundering in the 10 years that he worked for Trump. So there is a serious connection here that's being overlooked by Mueller. It's a gross negligence by Mueller, a special prosecutor. He's violated about 14 laws, but I'd say 2 right off the top. Discovery has been violated, and the order of his own sentencing has been violated. I don't know who the hell signed off on this, but this is not legal. Now, if this process continues to go on, where they cover up for Trump and his connection to the Russians, and this Zionist elitist group continue to dominate the Democratic and Republican Party like they've been doing, the American people won't have any representation in American government at all. That's just where we're headed. Now let's watch this guy gloat. Now let's not forget he's meeting with Netanyahu at this particular juncture. Yeah, let's not forget this is a meeting with Netanyahu, which I'm trying to reveal the Zionist connection here between Trump and what's happening and what's going on in the Democratic Party as well, and what happened with Mueller.
Mr. President, so did this turn out to not be a witch hunt after all? You think Robert Mueller did a...
It's lasted a long time. We're glad it's over. It's 100% the way it should have been. I wish it could have gone a lot sooner, a lot quicker. There are a lot of people out there that have done some very, very evil things, very bad things, I would say treasonous things against our country. And hopefully that people that have done such harm to our country, we've gone through a period of...
He's demonizing the people that are trying to save the nation from Russia's and Zionist control. And he's literally standing there talking to Netanyahu, who is the leader of the Zionist movement in Israel, of course. He's the Likud party leader. It's almost like complete collusion all the way to the top, and they've already taken control of our government. That's where we're at right now. And again, if you don't have the guts to create a third party or the will to make a donation, then fine. We're just going to sit back and watch it all play out in front of us. Oh, great. We could go back to the other dribble that's coming at us from the New Zealand gun attack. New Zealand gun owners are voluntarily handing over the semi-automatic rifles to police. We don't need these in our country. Yeah.
I want to speak specifically about the firearms used in this terrorist act.
These were indeed air guns with pellets that were capable of causing great damage to laboratory gerbils. Yeah, they should ban pellet guns in New Zealand. Oh yeah, now we've got more, see more diversions. See how they keep coming? Diversion time. A lawyer for Michael Jackson, Jussie Smollett, named as Avenatti co-conspirator. I know there were no real victims. I haven't seen any actual open caskets. Scissorfied did a lot with the hoax video. He actually, I want to get to that in a second, but let's see. We've got co-conspirators, Michael Avenatti and this guy, Mark Geragos, a California lawyer and longtime CNN analyst known for representation of celebrity and public figures. Attorney Mark Geragos, 61, was not actually named in the criminal complaint against Avenatti, but the two sources familiar with the matter tell Wall Street Journal that he is the CC1 that prosecutors referred to in the document. Well, we'll see if any of this pans out. I really don't want to give him any free time, airtime here. Kind of sad that we even have to talk about this crap. Thanks, Dark Engine. Nope, no balding here, guys. No, I was having a little problem with my hair. It was forming like a wave back here. So I was like smoothing it out. No balding on my end. I think balding runs on the female side of the family. My mother's side never had any balding. You just wish you had great hair like I have. You wannabes, I know. The lab gerbils were damaged with the, with the air guns. The lab gerbils were very hurt. And the rice bags were altered. I believe the rice bags may have been affected. You notice none of the rice bags bled during the attack. Let's take a look at the side effect job that Scissorfied did, where you would hear shell casings.
They're on their way to Friday prayers. A father and son who stroll through a car park.
Okay, let's watch this. I thought it was a different one. It's not the shell casing one. Let's watch this. Yeah.
Recorded by security cameras. But they're running late. And perhaps that's what saves their lives on this, New Zealand's darkest day. Rewind the tape and you can hear that shots have already been fired. Yet the sound from inside the mosque is muffled. People walk by, but their calm is soon shattered. There's panic. 300 meters up the road, the killer is suddenly outside and shooting again. Oh my God, the man in the green jacket shouts. More than 40 people are dead. Witnesses who watched this unfold in mounting horror tell us it was the longest few minutes of their lives. And it wasn't over yet. As the gunman left the mosque, he stopped his car right here, and he tried to kill again. As the father and son come back into view, he sounds his horn and fires from point-blank range. The victim scrambles for cover. Later, he's taken to hospital. By then, the gunman's on his way to a second mosque and more murder. And so the funerals continue, including that of the first man to die, a 71-year-old Afghan refugee who'd greeted the killer at the doors of the mosque with the words, "Welcome, brother." The guns used that day will be outlawed.
In short, every semi-automatic weapon used in the terrorist attack on Friday will be banned in this country.
This one family lost 3 cousins at the mosque. They wonder why it's taken so many deaths to change the law.
If a small country like New Zealand can have 50 people killed, then, the gun rules need to be changed.
A week since the shooting, flowers carpet the road to the mosque, where tomorrow the call to prayer will be heard again. John Ray, News at 10, Christchurch.
Christchurch, yes. This should be Mossad headquarters, Christchurch. Yeah. Well, I certainly hope that this will be a lesson to all of us. I'm here with my shepherd's wand. If you are out grazing your sheep in front of a mass shooting, you will hear sounds of sheep just like that. Yes. It's totally normal for you to hear sheep sounds. But that was that was an edited version of that done by Scissorfight, where he added all the special effects of the war going on in the background. That was not the real sound effects from that, just so you know. See, many of the sheeple Scissorfight, they don't know that. Yeah. Somebody said on iBlog, Dave, why did Trump say he was 100% exonerated when the special counsel said that he clearly isn't? Even Barr said that this doesn't exonerate him. LOL. And I wrote back, I said, Trump lies. He loves to lie. He lies like a rug. Yeah. It's a reality check for him. Yeah. Excuse me, I've got a private moment with my my AI assistants. Hold on. Oh, hi. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Yeah. That was so. Please, Misanthropy, don't talk about other people's shows like that. Remember, we have a ban on the T. Rucker and Amanda show, and anyone talking about Amanda in that way will be, of course, dealt with summarily. As all good shepherds, I have to cull the flock. I've got a lot of people right now. I'm shepherding here in Los Angeles, California, the city. We are working on getting more people, helping them become better sheep. Yeah. No, Amanda and T. Rucker, they're still together, I think. Yeah. T. Rucker didn't die. He went on screen just the other day. Today he was on screen.
Watch this.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Yeah, T. Rucker never died. Scissorfight was right about that. Come to my shepherd's lair. Come, brethren. Come unto the Lord. Yeah, if we continue getting faked out by all these fake New Zealand shootings, we'll be dealing with what they want, which is gun control. Now, they're not going to be able to implement gun control in America because the rise of this third party is happening slowly but surely. It's the fight song coming up at the top of the hour. The fact that we've got all these people working together to go online and chat every night is a phenomenon unmeasured anywhere on the globe. And then people watch too. Now, lots of people are trying to come in here to chat, but only you guys are the lucky ones to come in here. Everyone else gets third-party showdown, capacity server screens, all kinds of things. Wow. Okay. Hydroglobe brought up this interesting U.S. News and World Report solution where what's happening, weird phenomenon is happening. Yeah, race and homicide in America by the numbers. New federal statistics have some interesting things to say about interracial killings and black-on-black homicides. Black people who killed whites and whites who killed blacks climbed to their highest levels since last year since the election of Obama almost 8 years ago, even as the proportion of so-called black-on-black killings dipped. Yeah, because crime is kind of lowering right now on black-on-black, but the number of black versus white, white versus black has increased. Now, I'm not going to buy this story. I think it's just a bunch of, it's actually propaganda. I really believe that they're trying to create a race conflict here. I don't buy these statistics. I'm sorry. I refuse to be racially disliking anybody for whatever color they have. Black, white, brown, whatever. You know, green people even. People who are green, or I'm trying to even be nice to those people who are being chipped. Try not to be prejudiced against robots or androids. Okay, that's enough of that. I can't get too chipped too fast, because otherwise my digital circuitry will start to alter and I will be unable to do the show like a normal person. I'll begin to sound and look like Ocasio-Cortez. This is my most deepest concern. As we approach the election, my face is slowly morphing into Ocasio-Cortez. This is not normal. Please help. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. So glad you could come in. I'm just so excited to be part of Americans' government, and I'm just so happy that we can all hang out together. Oh, yeah. What a joke this is. To think that we got stuck with this complete airhead who just spouts off for Justice Democrats like she knows what she's talking about. It's pathetic. She's this person who's been able to BS everybody all her life. It's amazing. Kind of like Donald Trump. Pentagon authorizes $1 billion for U.S.-Mexico border wall. Well, about time. I've been waiting for this thing ever since they started talking about my idea. Hallelujah. Yeah, that's not his idea. He's in prison, serving multiple sentences for defrauding the American people. Yeah. Pentagon authorizes $1 billion. That's good that they gave it $1 billion to Donald Trump, because he needs that much. Well, heck, we could start building the wall right now. Oh, you got another one? Okay, new footage. Emerging from Christchurch.
It is the way only New Zealand shows its strength.
Okay, I'll play that tonight. More Christchurch activity coming at you. If this background is causing you to get slight problems, we will stop the circuitry from sending the signal to you. If any of you have not been receiving the signal properly, this is due to a coding error by the artificial intelligence backbone of our show.
Really bad things happening. Those people will certainly be looked at. I've been looking at them for a long time, and I'm saying, why haven't they been looked at? They lied to Congress. Many of them, you know who they are. They've done so many evil things. I will tell you, I love this country. I love this.
Which country is that? Russia? You love Russia because you're the one who doesn't want to put sanctions against Russia. And for a year and a half, Donald Trump did not add any sanctions to Russia, clearly doing what Russia wanted. During the same time period, Donald Trump is alienating us from our allies in NATO, which is exactly what Russia wanted. Yeah, the wall's going to take 6 months to start, then lawsuits, then 10 years to complete, right? Could be. You might be right, man. Okay? Say hello to my little friend. We got a little puzzle here to figure out how truth is and what it means. Okay. Truth is often more than one perspective in life. This is truth. This is truth. This is truth. Wow, that's kind of a cool meme. Because from the side, it looks like a square. From the other way, it looks like a circle. So it could be both a circle and a square. Wow, that's kind of how the whole world works. Gosh, is this from the Mr. Rogers show? Won't you be my neighbor? Yeah. David, is America still fat? Where I live, I don't see many fat people. Well, that's because you live in the beautiful people place, where the beautiful people live. People get fat in your area, they can't hang out on the beach and show their bodies off. So it's kind of an altered view you have, misanthropy. You go to the Oklahoma State Fair every year, you find more heifers walking than you'll ever find in some social services office, sitting behind the counter, working as social service workers with their fat asses. Was listening to Lindsey Graham saying the Judiciary Committee whether to authorize law enforcement to willfully take guns from those they think could harm themselves and others? Oh yeah, the next thing Donald Trump is going to do to all of you Republicans, you're going, yeah, Donald's really free, no collusion, he was right all along. The next thing that's going to happen is you people with PTSD who want to keep your guns, Donald said publicly, oh, first we take their guns and then we'll do the due process later. It's coming. Oh yeah. I'm just telling you, man. I'm warning you.
There is literally a trail of blood going in to the hospital.
Okay, literally there was a trail of blood going to the hospital. Let's listen to this story of eyewitness account of the Las Vegas shooting.
From the parking lot, people were being pulled up in trail of blood going in to the hospital. From the parking lot, people were being pulled up in trucks, in the back of trucks, in limos, in Ubers.
People were being picked up by Ubers and taken to the hospital.
Grabbing people as fast as we could and getting them inside the building so we could stabilize them.
In regards to emotions and everything, it's like you have to have a switch. You need to turn it off. At that moment in time, there is nothing else going on in your head but patience lies.
I never thought that it would be the extent of what it was. It was walking in, you followed a pool of blood into...
Yeah. To be continued in the next series of BS encounters in crisis center, crisis acting encounters. Okay. Hey, that looks really good. The oddly satisfying animations, you will want to watch the end. I'll watch that tonight. Thank you. Happy hour. Appreciate that, man. If you want a better deal, go see Uber. If you want to get a ride, Marina, how are you? We haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, Marina Wolf, everybody. You live in New Zealand, right? So you're okay getting your guns removed? Oh, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to talk about it or you'll go to jail? Hi. Oh, I'm sorry, Canada. I was thinking of another woman who lives in New Zealand. Miss Anthrope. Yeah. Ubers. Jawohl. Wir lieben Jesus. Okay, I think we got that going for us. Again, this guy, Sandy Hook father, who spearheaded a foundation. He made lots of money off the Sandy Hook, donations. And then now is no longer alive. He killed himself. There's only one problem with this story. Jeremy Richmond, father of the Abiella Richmond, alleged victim in the Sandy Hook attack, was found dead at this Edmond Town Hall in Newton. What concerns me is that he left a note and they haven't read it. They haven't read the note. So if they don't read a note from a person's suicide, that means that they don't want anyone to know about the suicide. That's unfortunate. Yeah. I think that's the most important issue that you need to look at, that and the picture of this crime scene. And there's been no picture of any suicide crime scene in the history of this country. Yeah, ever since the Civil War, all of suicide crime scenes have been shunned from the public view. So if they want to get rid of somebody, they just garrote them, and then they completely get rid of them that way. They'd never show their pictures after they were garroted. So you don't know if they're hanging from a noose, or in the case of Robin Williams, hanging from a belt buckle of a door that's not even 7 feet tall. It's ridiculous. Yeah, but I mean, without any crime scene photographs, even with the Sandy Hook children, all of this adds to a huge question mark for a lot of people. Rightfully so. And that's why at our website, we haven't added we haven't added this to our website, but I am proposing a media verification alliance that will solve some of the problems we're facing with deciding what's right and what's wrong. So this concept is something I put together, which we have not added to our website yet. Bullet hole analysis with Max Egan. Okay.
What I'm hearing from people is that the shotgun blasts in the car. Later on in the video, he shot a few rounds through the front windscreen of the car. People are saying, oh, it didn't shatter the window out. And when he shot through the side window of the car, he actually smashed the window with the rifle barrel, so it looked like he shot through the window of the car. This, again, is completely false information, folks. And again, this is coming from people who claim to have done a detailed forensic analysis of the video. Well, I would ask these people, did they put it into a video editor, and did they run those particular frames through some video filters? Because if they had, they would have seen that the bullet holes actually do appear in the front windscreen, and they can't see them in the original film, but again, because of video compression and low bandwidth. But if they put it through a filter, you can see the shotgun holes appear through the windscreen. I mean, you can't see them all because they're behind the windscreen mirror and behind the GPS, but you can see.
I'm sorry, but this could be altered very easily. I'm going to stand here and chalk up my intuition to Max Cha-Ching Egan willing to completely do whatever the elitists tell him to do. Didn't I tell you about Max Egan? Yeah. And Scissor Fight says, hey, Max, I double dog dare you to shoot a 12-gauge shotgun through a windshield inside a car and tell me there's no glass. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Wow. I can't believe Max Egan is stepping up like a good shill that he is and doing what they're telling him to do. They could easily take photographs and do this and pretend like there's some actual sign of shells casings landing. Nothing came out of that gun except air, maybe some dust. The particulates of dust were definitely hitting the windshield at a direct velocity which could have shattered it. When you laugh, David, your eyes shine and you look happy. That's very good. My system's working perfectly. Yes, the artificial tear ducts initiate a glancing, kind of a glassy-eyed look whenever I smile to make me look more human. Thank you for asking and caring so much. Beep. Beep. We'll be talking about truth tomorrow. The connection to the 9/11 will be investigated, and Mueller's connection specifically will be discussed. Robert Mueller was director of the FBI during that time period that the 9/11 Commission report came out, and he signed off on it saying it was perfectly normal, and we'll show you all the holes in that argument on our Truth Tuesday show tomorrow. It's kind of amazing how much BS we got to wade through every night. It's like an endless roll. Now, this is a story that's very interesting. Biden, as you know, is a Zionist, devout Zionist, supporter of AIPAC, much like Trump. Biden swims naked, according to upsetting female Secret Service agents, book claims. He actually swims naked. This guy, it's Mueller. They call it Mueller in America, but it's Müller in Germany. Ja, das ist richtig. Would you like me to do this show in German? Was ist los? Wie geht es Ihnen? Okay, let's take a look here. Now that you are familiarized with the Ashkenazis that rule our government, this guy's one of them, but he's not. He's a Catholic. He's different than an Ashkenazi. Vice President Joe Biden, swimming without a bathing suit, a new book claims. Biden, who's flirting with a run for president. This is a story that came out in 2015. Yeah, it tells people that he's had in numerous cases where agents say that whether at the vice president's residence or at his home in Delaware, Biden has a habit of swimming in his pool nude. Female Secret Service agents find that offensive. It goes on to say, especially considering the size of his penis. Just kidding. It's a joke. You can go either way. I don't think Joe cares. He's not into adults anyway. Meaning, what is he into? I don't know. I think we're done with that one. I can put that to rest. This was a great story. I gave you the link earlier. NPR did a study out of the supposed shootings that happened from 2015 to 2016 in schools. They claimed 240 schools had gun shootings. NPR did an exhaustive 3-month search, and they could only find 11 cases of guns being used in schools. And Sandy Hook wasn't even on that list. All right. Yeah, shocking, huh? That is so wild. I'm going to flip it. Put it in my flip board. If you guys want to check out all of our links in our show, it's available. I got 27 magazines of nothing but nonstop entertainment if you want to check links. I'll put that in conspiracy. This came out last night. Really good story. We're going to feature it tonight on our...
In 2016 and 17, 25 Americans, including CIA agents who worked in the U.S. Embassy in Cuba, suffered serious brain injuries.
All right. Yes. So if you're a person who's a little worried about microwave radiation and what it can do to your brain, we're going to give you the 60-minute tonight. I'm going to put that on the list of things I'm going to play. Yeah, this is a 60-minute show that really goes into details of how they're trying to cover up the whole attack on the Cuban embassy. And 60 Minutes did a pretty good job of it. The government doesn't want anyone to know that they've got microwave radiation tools and weapons. They don't want anyone to know. And when Russia or China used it against our Cuban diplomats, which many of them had their brains fried, including their families, it's a microwave radiation is the word. It's called an electromagnetic frequency. Yeah, it's considered low-level radiation, Barry. They've studied the electromagnetic frequencies that are used throughout the smart meters and anything like the 5G network. And they found out that it really does potentially have a deleterious effect on humankind. Yes. Any type of electromagnetic radiation is circulating the planet and constantly interrupting your brain flow. Thanks, Barry. Goodbye. Poor Barry, he had a temporary spot here in our show, but we lost him. Yeah. What an idiot. What an idiot. All right, moving on. Make another slot for another idiot. Born a Cat, Louder with Crowder. Okay, that'll be on our show. You really like that? It's going to be like a hard rock riff. All right. Barry seems like a new guy. I think I'll unban him. Yeah. See what he says. All right. Here's a hell of a coincidence. Christchurch, New Zealand hoax. Really? I hope she owns the rights to that drum beat. I don't know. It sounds copyrighted. Russia has got a small economy, really. Smaller than the state of Texas. So they have to use all kinds of secret means of getting money. Rigging elections for Zionist oligarchs is not a big deal for Russia. They do that in their sleep. If they can make money doing it, they will. They can bully Ukraine any way they want, sure. Fair use warning.
Countless stories of tragedy emerging from Christchurch, there are also many of heroic bravery. In particular, 2 officers who took to the streets hunting the gunman before taking him down on the footpath. Here's Mitch McCann with how it unfolded.
It's unlikely those filming these pictures knew exactly what was happening.
It's a fake laugh.
It's real.
Armed police wrestling a gunman in broad daylight on the side of the road. However, the world now knows this is the man accused of the Christchurch killings. The footage shows the gunman's car rammed onto the footpath where the takedown happened. The officers who did that are being described as heroic.
Those 2 police officers acted with absolute courage. I'm so proud of what they've done.
Golf clap? Golf clap. And we now know more about exactly what happened in the moments before. The officers were at a training day preparing for an event like this one.
Hell of a coincidence.
Coincidence? I think not.
Obviously clearly points out the value of training.
It's reported the officers were training here on an unused floor at Princess Margaret Hospital on Friday morning. When the shooting began, they were still there but had firearms and patrol cars parked outside. They set out to find the gunman immediately, who had already fired on mosques in Riccarton and Linwood. Minutes later, it was on Broran Street they saw a suspicious car before ramming it off the road.
They saw a suspicious car before ramming it off the road.
They've just said, we've got to take this person out. They've put aside their own risks, and as I think everyone's seen on that video now, they just took that vehicle out.
You know what my father used to say?
You want me to grab one out of the air?
He used to say to me, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining.
We read about shooters on campuses across this country and in communities. We talk about it. We practice what would happen if it happens here.
It was really terrifying because they were putting us through drills, and we all thought this was a drill. We thought this was a drill.
Yeah, we did hear shots. And did you think instantly, oh my god, those were gunshots? Or did you think it was balloons popping, as one student told me? And how would you even know what it would sound like? I thought it was a drill because they told us we would have police officers and we're going to be firing blanks to scare us, get us trained for this.
And we now know more about exactly what happened in the moments before. The officers were at a training day preparing for an event like this one.
Hell of a coincidence.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead. What's your question? Yeah. Wait a second. I can't hear you. Hang on, Joe. Okay, thanks. They have no clue. Well, there you have it. All these factoids with very little evidence of anything. I am pretty careful about everything. Pranking a scammer, ASMR, and 3 Simpsons impressions. She's good. Let's take a look.
Cool story, bro.
She's
no,
good.
I'm just a regular person. You can call me Bart. Don't have a cow, man.
She's good. You know, I met the original Nancy Cartwright. Nancy Cartwright, when she was young, she was sitting at Sproul Hall when she was 1978. I'll never forget. Nancy Cartwright, yeah. Gosh. I don't see her as young as 1978, that's for sure. She looked like a 12-year-old, and she was 20 years old when I met her. And she's the original voice of Bart. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. She was sitting on her floor at Sproul Hall in her dorm room. I was 17 and she was 20, but she looked 12. And she was playing with her dollies. And she said, I just like to play with these dollies. Look, they have different voices. And she started doing these little voices and stuff like this. And it was the funniest thing. And she went on to become the voice of Bart. And she made about $60 million doing it. And she's still making money. But this girl is talented. So we're going to play a little of Earl Rosie on our show. She's really good. Great voice work from her. She could easily be a great voiceover artist if she were to focus on that solely. But she's doing stuff on her YouTube site, which is good. She has 153 subs. She does a lot of scammer calls where she pretends to scam people or scam scammers. Yeah, my dad had eagle eyes too. I have 25/20 vision. I can see pretty well. Or is it 20/25? I think it's 20/25. Yeah, she's incredible. Nancy Cartwright literally turned her love into her job, into her career, into her legacy. No, I'm not lying at all about any of these stories. I was, at the time, I was dating a woman who was 5 doors down from her at Sproul Hall in 1978. And this girl was, this woman I was dating was a knockout. Just absolutely beautiful. And she thought because I like to do voices that I'd like to meet Nancy and talk to her. And had I sat down with Nancy and played dolls with her, I probably never would have even, gone on to do this. I would have been, in voiceover the rest of my life. I met a lot of people in voiceover in Hollywood that were not like Nancy. They were corrupt coke addicts, and I don't do coke. So Nancy seems like, what's her deal? She's a Scientologist or something? I'm not into that, but Nancy's story is so amazing because she literally did what she loved to do, and she just kept doing it. Playing with her dollies on the floor and giving them voices. So I just couldn't hang out with a girl who looked 12 years old playing dollies, and it just didn't work out. I probably should have hung out with her and spent, my days with her. Hi, Nancy, can we go out and play?
G'day. In January 2017, I think it was. Gee, time flies, doesn't it? There was a staged car attack in Melbourne in Bourke Street. And from that event came one remarkable tale, which was so beautifully exploited by a channel called Smoke and Mirrors, about a 150 metre flying baby. The baby was struck by the car and flew 150 metres and landed unscathed, and he did this ripping little series of videos inspired by those Smoke and Mirrors videos. I have made this little shits and giggles thing, purely a piss take. Yes, I totally understand that English isn't his first language, but in the spirit and as an homage, however you want to call it, whatever the word is, to old mate Smoke and Mirrors, I present to you this amazing tale of survival and distance coverage.
So I managed myself with other people to come out of the mosque by that windows, which was on the right side in the ladies section entrance. So I went to the back gate. I had to run around 600 to 700 to 800 millimeter distance in the back side of the mosque. I had to run around 600 to 700 to 800 millimeter, 600 to 700 to 800 millimeter.
To put that into context for you,
So the guy got the millimeters wrong. It's 600 or 700 millimeters away. He does know the difference between millimeters and meters. Yeah, the guy in the video. Fearlessly Funny. Oh gosh, we got to play this tonight. I didn't get a chance to play Mad TV's Fearlessly Funny last night. Yeah, I'm getting a little tired of the nonstop crap coming out of the media, so we'll have fun stuff to look at in our evening. It's overwhelming. You know, I knew that Mueller wasn't going to do the work necessary to find the truth about Donald Trump when he didn't subpoena Donald Trump for 10 years of tax returns. So I knew then that there was a big gap in his information gathering. So we're pretty sure that Mueller is working for the same people, the Zionist elitists, especially considering he signed off on the 9/11 Commission report, which basically was a cover-up for what happened nearly 20 years ago. We still don't have the perpetrators that killed 2,996 people. And yet not one Republican or Democrat wants to open that door and find out what's in it. It's like saying that Soylent Green is people and being told, no, you're not allowed to say that.
You don't understand. I've got proof. They need proof. I've seen it. I've seen it happening. They've got to tell people.
Tell them what?
The ocean's dying. The plankton's dying. It's people. Soylent Green is made out of people.
Love that scene, man. You got to see Soylent Green if you haven't seen it already. Mercenaries in Venezuela. Trump first open Zionist president. Mossad connections. They're trying to do a takedown of the country of Venezuela with Guaida, and they're installing a guy who looks like Obama down there. Our government's behind it. The Zionist elitists want to control Venezuela. They like the oil. They want to control everything. The New World Order wants to absorb every other country. So this is definitely a stepping stone, Venezuela.
It is March 25, 2019. I said last night that I was going to be posting a video on Erik Prince in Blackwater. Well, that's going to be the next video, but got a little bit of Blackwater, Erik Prince, but mainly Trump, using mercenaries in this video. Remember, this Blackwater took out a full-page ad in Recoil magazine for their January-February 2019 issue. We are coming. Blackwater.
Sounds ominous. That'll be Never Lose Truth. We'll do that tonight. Thank you. If I look like I'm sleeping while doing the show, it's because she puts people to sleep. I mean, I'm not going to... But I love the fact that she is really speaking her mind. And I really think that she's got some important issues. She takes on the tough subjects of the dangerous 5G network. She takes on Erik Prince and the Blackwater Group, now known as Academy. She's kind of an outspoken woman, but I'm glad she is. And I'm glad people of all different races and colors and backgrounds are outspoken.
I hope they let me join them.
Well, you could. In fact, Reverend Manning, if you want to jump on America's Third Party, you can join our party. We will represent your wishes as much as we can. Reverend Manning is the guy who exposed the long-legged mouth daddy, Barack Obama.
I do.
I do.
No, I do.
I do. Do you know that I did a complete 180 on the whole Christine Blasey Ford Congress guys? Yes. Yeah, he really is a rapist. Is that what you're saying, Marina? Yeah, Brett Kavanaugh is the guy that made it illegal for Russia to donate to people like Mitch McConnell's election committee. Dave, I'm selling expensive chips now. Oh, are you? Oh man, you're moving up in the world, man. So you took your $4 million you made from attacking our show and invested in flour tortillas that are not even they're genetically modified, dude. You need to get organic. You are representing a GMO company, senor. Wake up, Super Saver Dave. Do you not watch our show? Oy, ay, 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 ay. You are the frito GMO bandito. I got to get you on track, dude. You need non-GMO. Corn is the way to go. Don't get genetically modified corn. I told you, coming up September 2nd, I'll do a half marathon, yeah. You people don't understand. I've got more broadcasting hours under my belt than any human person on Earth. Does that mean I'm not human? So it's official. Trump and Putin are married, and now they control Mueller and Barr. And they're about ready to pull a foursome or a circle jerk. Oh yeah, that's what's going on. It's called the total collusion package. Now they've rigged it so that they colluded to make it seem like Barack or Donald Trump did not commit any illegal acts. Corn is one of the most GMO crops you can ever get next to soy. And what I've seen is dangerous, could cause long-term damage to our organs. That's if you make it long-term. See, they're not concerned because they know they're going to exterminate us anyways, so what difference does it make if they feed us garbage and gruel right now? U.S. concealed secret 9/11 tapes of alleged mastermind plotting with co-conspirators, according to a lawyer. Oh my gosh. Wow. The United States concealed the existence of taped telephone calls between the alleged mastermind of 9/11, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who spoke in code with 3 of his accused co-conspirators, according to the New York Times. The existence of these tapes was revealed by the defense attorney Jay Connell. This is the only guy that's been charged related to 9/11. I don't know. All of these stories have been refuted by the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, which are making more headway. They're actually going to be adding a lot of information. We'll talk about that tomorrow. I'll leave it for tomorrow's show. You betcha. Anyway, so now we are officially a subsidiary of Russia and the Zionist elitists that run our country. Many of you should be really thrilled because you'll get your nation sold to the lowest bidder. You get to see rising costs of energy over time. You get to encounter cap and trade legislation. Your guns will be taken away from you. Yeah. Yeah, sorry I banned you early there, Barry. I was a little bit upset at what you were saying. Yeah, I think it's a semantics issue we're having about electromagnetic field radiation versus what you call radiation. Yeah, sorry, man. You didn't seem like a bad person after all.
This mess going on in our nation don't make no sense whatsoever.
I don't agree. Yeah, good. Well, I'm glad you got your land. Your guns will be taken away. And under the War Powers Act, as well as the Patriot Act and the new Freedom Act, your land is owned by the government, Barry. The New World Order will have your land and everything you ever owned. And if you get sick, the hospital will take it away from you too. So, good God, y'all. Not the War Powers Act. Excuse me, Barry. Thank you. Patriot Act. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to explain that because it was an error. Right. It's designed to limit the U.S. president's ability to initiate or escalate military actions abroad. It's designed to prevent a dictator from taking us into further wars. But the War Powers Act has already been violated numerous times. That's what I meant. In other words, we can go to war at any time at the drop of a hat because we don't need Congress to ratify this. That's what I meant, okay? Thank you. We like Reverend Manning. He's a good person. They're back. Okay. Amazon is announcing this sale of child sex dolls. This is unbelievable, folks. Wow, one of the kiddos appears to come all tied up, ready for bondage. They're back. Yeah. Unbelievable. Amazon is announcing the sale of child sex dolls, according to this article on Godlike Productions. Okay, well, let me take a look. Hope it doesn't send me anywhere weird. Oh, you know Pastor Manning? Well, you ought to get him back on the show. You know, I'm going to limit the exposure of the whole show on that one. I mean, that did take me to a link on Periscope that did show a doll that was all tied up of a child. So I'm not going to go beyond that. Thank you. No, total collusion. Total collusion, including Mueller and Barr. Barr wrote a 20-page or 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking him to drop all charges of obstruction before he even became Attorney General. Barr even elaborated beyond what the Mueller report said, and it does look like Barr overstepped his bounds. Plus, Barr waited 3 weeks when he could have told us 3 weeks ago that Mueller was not going to pursue any obstruction charges. So he kind of screwed up there. No, I mean, I saw the link. It does lead to proof that Amazon's reissuing these dolls, but it's just so profane that I don't even want to bother with it, you know? It's not like it showed anything illegal. It's just, you know, it was kind of like me walking in on Nancy Cartwright on the floor playing with her dolls going, "Hi, what's your name?" "I'm David." "What's your name?" "I'm Nancy. Would you like to play with dolls with me? I've got one doll that says funny voices, and I say these funny voices." It's like, gosh, this woman made $60 million off of Bart. I've never seen anything like it. It's beyond belief. I know. And Amazon issuing sex dolls for pedophiles. You know, there's a real coalition in Denmark of pedophiles that actually have, she made $60 million on Barf. Oh, there's a whole story behind that. I could go into detail. I don't want to even push it. The pedophiles in Denmark actually have an attempt to get legal animations of children and interactive VR models made so that these pedophiles could engage in illegal sex acts with virtual characters. And they're saying in Denmark, that somehow helps deal with remediation for the people to get past their addiction. I'm sorry, but I don't think that that's in any way going to help them get past their addiction by helping them fantasize about, the characters they're getting off on. I mean, it's just like, hello. Anita's here. I want everyone to know that I'm not angry at Ashkenazi people. That's right. We're merely stating some facts about how Ashkenazis dominate politics and the media and how they're controlling Donald Trump. And I want to remind everybody that the Ashkenazis were surrounding Adolf Hitler too. It's not some coincidence that Adolf Hitler was surrounded by all kinds of Ashkenazi Jews, but they weren't called Jews then, were they? No, they were Nazis then. Shortly after Germany fell, they nicely became, from no longer Nazis, they became Ashkenazi Jews. There was a transition there when no one wanted to get taken to the Nuremberg trials, so they dropped the Nazi part, they just became Jews. So, there you have it. Yeah, so you're Ashkenazi. There you go. I'm not complaining about you guys. I'm just a little bit worried that this greed is a problem. Okay? Ask a Nazi Jew if they are Jewish or if they're just Nazis. And get back to me. Dave, you're coping if you don't want a life like a sex bot. Zeno, we don't care if you're an incel who can't get laid. Yeah, that's your problem, dude. Jeez, he is a paid troll. It's apparent. Hey, I've reached the end of the show, so maybe I should bring up my famous video about Jewish people. Yeah, because they are very important to our society. Many people don't realize how important Jewish people are. Yeah, so we have a video called Thanks Jews. We'll play after our show. T. Rucker is an Ashkenazi. Yeah, he was back. He's alive again. T. Rucker is. You heard?
Did you know that there is a group of people out there that does an incredible amount of good for us, and yet is truly underappreciated.
Who are you talking about?
Jews.
Oh.
See? And this is a very positive thing. We've got a video to talk about all the good things Jewish people do tonight. Yeah. So, don't think for a second that we're hating on anybody. We're not. A guy in your office turned out the lights and said, "Welcome to the..." Wow, seriously, that's messed up. That's anti-Semitic. I don't approve of that. All right. Well, we've got a couple of great songs for you. This is the best thing going right out of the chute. The fight song. I'll play that for you because I've yet to see the video of this, and Sarah loves it. She's never seen the video either, but she'll see it tomorrow. But thanks everybody for hanging out. We've got a lot of stories to talk about tomorrow night with Truth Tuesday, but we're all processing the truth that I've been telling you for some time, that they've been fixing and rigging the whole Mueller investigation. It was never real. It was all just designed as kill time, wait Donald Trump gets past 2 years, then release information that he's not obstructing. This is all a big plan, and it's why we need a third party. We're never going to get these people to be accountable if we continue voting two parties, everybody. This is Sarah. She loves this song. We played this on Sirius Radio on the road the other day, and she was like really getting into it. Yeah, so don't be hateful on even Ashkenazi people, because they have nothing to do with any... The real problem is the greedy people, regardless of who they are really the problem in America, and they're the ones that are consigning with even greedier people overseas to destroy our nation's borders and let us suck into a new world order. And we will stop that if we build this third party. I guarantee it. Thank you. All right, onward. Let's make it happen. So we'll do a little outro and then bring on the fight song. See you later.
Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government, one that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth, and a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.